And greetings, baseball fans, and welcome to this special presentation of Henley Hornets baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Today's Skyline Conference matchup features the crosstown rival KLAMATH Union Pelicans coming out here to Rosser Field to take on the Henley Hornets. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Josh Eldridge, coming to you live from Henley High School, getting ready for this matchup between the 10-5 Henley Hornets and the 3-10 KLAMATH Union Pelicans. We've been blessed with some pretty nice weather out here today. It's been not that way pretty much this whole week. We've had softball games moved around. Baseball was in jeopardy of not being played Wednesday, but today, blue skies in the basin, hardly a cloud in sight around Henley High School, and we are ready for baseball this afternoon. This game is going to be games 2 and 3 of a 3-game series between the Pelicans and the Hornets, a doubleheader this afternoon from Henley High School, and we'll have both of them for you on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports and with free live video right here on mybasin.com. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the early season Skyline Conference standings. We'll also take a look at where the Hornets fall in the top 10 in the state. All that is coming up as we continue the pregame show, getting ready for Hornets baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports with video on mybasin.com.
Hi there, it's Schweink Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor at CCB 188923.
Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager of Clown Falls Honda and Clown Falls Subaru. I've lived here my whole life. Most of our employees have lived here their whole life too. Our sales, service, parts, and body shop teams are all staffed with experienced local folks. You know them and they know you. Our dealerships are comfortable and not corporate. Comfortable means we're focused on you. I'm Rob, and I'm glad to know you.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
And welcome you back to Hornets baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports with free HD video on mybasin.com. This afternoon, the hometown Henley Hornets taking on the KLAMATH Union Pelicans. The Hornets enter play today with a 10-5 overall record. They are only 500 in league play, though, as we take just a quick check now at the early season Skyline Conference standings. Hidden Valley Mazama and Phoenix are all 3-1 at the top of the conference. As a matter of fact, Hidden Valley 13-1 overall, ranked number 1 in the state, and that one loss coming at the hands of these Henley Hornets. So we'll talk about that game in a little while. Also, Henley is 2-2. They have sole possession of the 4th spot in the Skyline Conference. These Pelicans are 1-3, and the North Valley Knights are 0-4. We take a look at what the Hornets have done to this point in the season, and I mentioned that one loss they handed to Hidden Valley. That was back on Friday, I believe. No. It was, back on Friday, a 6-2 win for the Hornets over the, at the time, unbeaten Hidden Valley Mustangs. That team had won 28 straight games, came here to Klamath Falls, got handed their first loss of the season. This Hornets team is no joke. They are ranked 5th in the state for a reason. Now, the Klamath Union Pelicans, their season so far, they do have that one league win. It came against Phoenix last weekend. They played a doubleheader at Lithia and Driveway Field. They played at Field 6 over there in Medford. 11-1, a win over Phoenix, and then in Game 2 of that doubleheader, ended up losing 8-7. But this Pelicans team can score some runs. It's a difference than what the teams had been in years past. They scored 13 runs in a win over Cottage Grove this year, 13 runs in a game against Lost River this season, obviously putting up a combined 18 runs against Phoenix last weekend. They were shut out on Wednesday, but this team can definitely put the ball to the bat. The key today for Klamath Union, if they want to stand a chance against the 5th-ranked Henley Hornets, got to throw strikes. Last year when these two teams played, it was a sweep for Henley. A lot of runners get on base via the walk from Klamath Union, whereas the Hornets, well, they don't have any issue throwing strikes. They're not going to give you free base runners. So for Klamath Union today, if they want to come in here and try to take care of the Hornets, throw strikes, get runners on base. But for Henley, well, they know how to win these games. They've got experience. They've got playoff experience. They've got experience against good teams. They know how to win these games. Get them on, get them over, get them in, throw strikes. You don't have to do anything too special this afternoon. It is a beautiful day for it. We're going to take one more break. When we come back, we should be just about ready for starting lineups and first pitch on 104.3 and 960 Sports with free video at Basin.com. On Top Tree Services have one of the highest buckets in town. No job too small, no tree too tall. Operating since 2017, this crew's ready for your land clearing, tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and fire prevention. On Top Tree Services offers same-day estimates. I can't mention this enough. If a tree falls on your house or vehicle, they offer a 24/7 emergency tree or limb removal. Give them a call today at 541-882-8707. On Top Tree Services, fast, easy, and reliable. CCB 216014.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon, soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
We're back on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. There you see the pitcher warming up for the Henley Hornets. On the bump for them today is Mark Carpenter, the freshman, getting the start today, this afternoon against Klamath Union. We'll talk a little bit about what he did last week against Hidden Valley. A fantastic outing for him, but he's got to try to contain this Klamath Union order that goes like this. Leading off, number 1 and pitching, Lincoln Peterson. Batting second for the Pelicans today is Braden Dawson, the left fielder. Hitting third for Klamath Union, Yuli Hernandez in center field. Nolan Daly bats cleanup and is catching today. Brandon Jones at second base, hitting fifth. In the sixth spot is Jackson Murhoff at first base. Chase Kent is at shortstop today. Ryan Glidden batting eighth and at third. And in right field, it is Jackson Joyner rounding out the Klamath Union order. We'll get you the defensive starters for Klamath Union in just a bit, but we are ready for first pitch this afternoon as Henley in their home kind of off-white uniforms with their navy numbering and lettering today, and Klamath Union in their red jerseys, red caps, and rather gray jerseys, gray pants, and red caps. Klamath Union debuting some new uniforms in their first games at Rosser Field today as we are ready for baseball from the South Basin. The first pitch from Mark Carpenter is going to miss high, ball 1. As Lincoln Peterson steps in, the defensive players for the Hornets. After this pitch, the 1-0 coming home from Carpenter is looked at for strike 1. Catching Carpenter's pitches today is Tyler Harper. At third, it's Blaine Boersma, Hunter Schweink at short, Aiden Hayes at second. The 1-1 is lifted into shallow left center field. Gloving that one and putting it away is Austin for out number 1. Matt Douglas at first, as you mentioned, Austin in left, Owen Sheen in center, and Peyton Price in right for the Henley Hornets. One out here in the top of the first. Just getting started this afternoon from Henley as Braden Dawson steps into the box, and Carpenter gets ready to deliver. It is low for ball 1. Yuli Hernandez on deck for KU. Carpenter from the windup, the right-hander fires in strike 1, evens the count at 1. Carpenter ready for the 1-1. That one finds its way in there for strike 2. Carpenter had a fine outing a couple of games ago against Hidden Valley, as that's a ground ball over to third. Up with it is Boersma. The throw on to first is in time for out number 2. A fantastic throw by Hunter Schweink at short. Makes it 2 outs in the inning. And in steps Yuli Hernandez. Carpenter ready to deliver the first pitch to Hernandez. Kicks, delivers. A ground ball foul down the third base line. Carpenter last week in the win against Hidden Valley pitched a complete game, struck out 7. Only 3 hits allowed for Carpenter against Hidden Valley. The 0-1 is going to find its way in there for strike 2. Might have been a little bit low for Hernandez's liking, but that's a strike nonetheless. 0-2. Now Carpenter delivers. That one's fouled back. Hernandez stays alive. 2 quick outs in this inning. He tries to get something started in the top of the first. These two teams played back on Wednesday, able to get that game in despite the weather. But it was a 13-0 win for Henley in Game 1 of the season series. The 0-2 on its way is a breaking ball. That's a line drive, well foul, over towards the football stadium. As from our broadcast point down the first base line, kind of aiming back towards Henley High School. The 0-2 on its way from Carpenter. It is looked at for strike 3. Carpenter sets him down, and we'll head to the bottom of the first. Still scoreless between the Pelicans and the Hornets on 104.3 and 960 Sports, with video on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
And welcome you back on mybasin.com. The Pelicans taking on the Hornets this afternoon. Lincoln Peterson pitching today for Klamath Union. He goes up against a starting lineup that looks like this for the Hornets. Leading off and at third base, it's Blaine Boersma. The shortstop, Hunter Schweink, bats second. Hitting third is Matt Douglas at first. Batting fourth, Tyler Harper, the catcher for the Hornets. Batting fifth, Dylan Tobias, the designated hitter. Hitting sixth is Aiden Hayes, the second baseman. Batting seventh, Owen Sheen in center field. The pitcher, Mark Carpenter, is hitting eighth for the Hornets, and rounding out the Henley order, batting ninth in right field, is Peyton Price. As we look to be getting ready to go here in just a second, this game 2 of a 3-game series. Game 3 will be played right after this one. Again, this is a doubleheader this afternoon on mybasin.com. Also going on right behind us is the softball game between these two schools. Henley took game 1 of that series on Thursday, 20-1. We'll try to keep you updated on those scores as we move throughout the afternoon as well. Blaine Boersma getting ready to step in for the Hornets, the starting third baseman today for Henley. Boersma this season has appeared in all 15 games for Henley. Sends this one into left field. That one will get down for a base hit. Boersma round second now, heading for third. He's trying to stretch this one into a triple off the bat, and they hold him up at third. And that is how the things get started this afternoon for Henley. A leadoff triple for Blaine Boersma. That's something you like if you're a Hornets fan. Just to get things started today, that brings up Hunter Schweink. Schweink so far this year has got 11 RBI on the season and has one more waiting for him at third. Coming set now is Peterson. Kicks and delivers. That one finds the zone, strike 1. Again, Peterson just got to make sure he's throwing strikes this afternoon. Try to let Henley make contact with the ball, but hit it to your defenders. You don't want to give them free passes. The 0-1 is looked at for ball 1. It was a check swing by Schweink, waiting for the call, and he did not go around. A ball and a strike now to Schweink. Missed most of basketball season, did Hunter. I believe it was in late December that he rolled his ankle around. The 1-1 is hacked at, right back to Peterson on the mound, over to first. Murhoff catches it in time for out number 1. So now runner at third brings up Matt Douglas, starting at first base today for Henley. After Douglas, it is Tyler Harper. Peterson ready to deliver. The pitch is just inside for ball 1. Not missing by much. The defensive players for Klamath Union. Daly behind the dish. Glidden at third. As Peterson gets ready to deliver the 1-0. It is lofted into left field. Coming on strong is Dawson. He overplayed it a little bit, still made the catch, but coming home to score is Boersma, and the Hornets strike first this afternoon on the sacrifice fly from Matt Douglas. Now 2 away in the bottom of the first. Two outs brings up Tyler Harper, the rest of the defensive starters for Klamath Union at short. It's Kent, Jones at second, and Murhoff at first, Dawson in left, Hernandez in center, and Joyner in right for Klamath Union. The 0-1 on its way is hit into center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Tyler Harper aboard with a 2-out single. That'll bring up Dylan Tobias, the designated hitter today. Pair of hits for the Hornets in this inning has netted them a run, and now again, it'll be Tobias. After Tobias, Aiden Hayes in the order. A nice lead taken off of first by Harper. Lincoln Peterson clocks it, comes set. Throws over. The throw is not in time. Back safely is Harper. Took a pretty sizable lead off of first. We'll see if Peterson decides to check over again. Maybe even a bigger lead off of first this time from Harper. Peterson comes set. Throw to first is going to go down the line. Harper gets up. He takes off for second. He's going to get in there standing. And with that, Harper advances to second on what will surely go down as an E3. As Peterson threw it right to Murhoff and just bounced off the end of his glove. Murhoff was able to glove that one. Probably could have caught Harper at first. But now he stands at second. Still 2 outs. And now Peterson can focus on Tobias at the plate. Kicks and delivers. Gets a swing and a miss for strike 1. Murhoff calling out the cutoff for his outfield. And now Peterson to deliver to Tobias. Takes a nice cut at that one, but fouls it straight back. Now 0-2 to the 5th hitter in the Henley order. They've already struck first in this game with a leadoff triple from Blaine Boersma and a sacrifice fly from Matt Douglas earlier in the inning. Peterson deciding the pitch, comes set, ready to deliver. The 0-2 is going to break out of the zone, down and away, 1-2. Henley has won the past 12 games against Klamath Union, dating back to 2017. Last win for KU against Henley came on April 11th, 2017. This is a fly ball in fair territory. Moving over is Jackson Murhoff and can't make the play in foul territory. That one falls safely to the grass. So new life for Dylan Tobias. He will get a second crack at things. And still at second is Harper, so Tobias steps back in, still facing a 1-2 count. Peterson come in set, the right-handed thrower checks behind him at second, kicks and delivers a breaking pitch that didn't have enough spin on it. It stayed high and out of the zone. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Tobias. But for a rivalry that is between the Pelicans and the Hornets, it's been fairly one-sided, a foul ball. Last win for KU coming in 2017. It was a 4-1 win on April 11th, 2017. Since then, the Hornets have held the advantage over Klamath Union, adding in a couple of undefeated league seasons in there, en route to a state semifinal appearance in 2019. As Peterson steps off. You talk about the postseasons for these teams. Two fairly successful programs when you look at the history, although Klamath Union, not so much recent history. A lot of championships, 5 in the 60s and 70s. 5 of their 6 came in the 60s and 70s. And for Henley, their championships coming in the 80s and 2010s. Still a 1-2 count to Dylan Tobias. That one is a rocket into right center field. Rounding third and headed for home is Tyler Harper. He'll score, and Tobias into second base standing. A 2-out, 1 RBI double rather for Dylan Tobias. So now Aiden Hayes gets to bat here with 2 outs and a runner on second. He checks his swing and does go around 0-1. Hayes starting at second base today for the Hornets. Peterson has had an opportunity to get out of this inning a couple of times. We'll see if he can do it here. The 0-1 is fouled back. Now an 0-2 count. 2 runs already come across for Henley this inning. 1 off the bat of Matt Douglas on a sacrifice fly, and most recently Dylan Tobias, who's still standing at second with the RBI double. And after Aiden Hayes gets his equipment figured out, looks like we're ready to go. Aiden Hayes, his brother Eli, out at Mazama High School today for the Coldwell Banker Invitational Track Meet. They've got 25 schools out there at Mazama today, I believe, for the big track meet. They were up at the, some of the Mazama athletes I know. So that pitch misses away. We're out at the Oregon relays yesterday up at the new Hayward Field in Eugene. Ball and 2-strike count to Aiden Hayes. Lincoln Peterson delivers. Lifts that one into center field. Hernandez coming on strong, and he makes the catch to end the inning. But the Hornets score 2 runs on 3 hits in the inning. There were 2 Klamath Union errors. They leave 1 runner on base. The score 2-0. Henley leads. As we head now to the top half of the second on 104.3 and 960 Sports with video on mybasin.com.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page, or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor at CCB 188923.
In the second inning for Klamath Union, it'll be Noah Daly, Brandon Jones, and Jackson Murhoff. That's 4, 5, 6 in the KU order. First pitch to Daly is fouled back for strike 1. We enter this game with Henley leading 2-0. They played at 2 in the bottom half of the first, and now it's up to Carpenter. Try to hold on to this lead. He delivers to Daly. Kicks and fires. That pitch will miss low. Ball and a strike. And Carpenter last pitched a week ago against the Hidden Valley Mustangs. He finds the strike zone there. To take a look around the Skyline Conference, you'll see that those Mustangs are playing Mazama today. The 1-2 will bounce to the plate. 2-2. Otherwise in the conference, Phoenix playing North Valley today. The pitch home will miss. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter Daly in this top half of the second inning. Steps back in there. Carpenter deciding the pitch. From the windup, kicks and fires a ground ball. Boersma blocks it at third, up with it. The throw is in time at first for the first out. Blaine coming on strong there to make that play. Bobbled it for just a second at third base, and then was able to clean itself up and throw onto first in time for the first out. That brings up Brandon Jones, the second baseman for KU. First pitch to him comes just a bit inside, 1-0. This is a beautiful day for baseball. Should be in the 60s by the time this game is over. A bouncing ball right back up the middle finds its way into center field. Brandon Jones aboard with a 1-out single. That'll bring up Jackson Murhoff. Murhoff now in his senior season. Pitch there will miss low. Murhoff in his sophomore year tore his ACL in basketball season and had missed his sophomore season of baseball. Came back for his junior year as we played baseball. Well, I guess in his junior year of 2020, we played baseball at pretty much the normal time due to the COVID-shortened OSAA seasons with everything else kind of out of order. But Murhoff was able to return only to baseball his junior year. The throw over to first, trying to get Jones. He's safe. But he missed out on his junior year of football and basketball. Came back this year to play both football and basketball. And now in the spring season is suited up for baseball. 1-1 on its way to Murhoff. Makes contact with that one. Out to third. Boersma on to second to Hayes. Throw on to first. Scooped up by Douglas, and they get him. 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. And we go now to the bottom half of the second. Henley leads 2-0 on MyBasin.com.
Trying to lose some weight and get in shape? Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club provides a clean and friendly workout environment with professional and experienced staff to help you achieve your goals. They offer state-of-the-art equipment, indoor tennis and pickleball courts, certified personal trainers, tons of group exercise classes. They're the best exercise facility in the Klamath Basin. Plus, they now have a smoothie bar to give you a nutritious boost after your workout. See and feel the difference at Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club. It's the place to be.
Seven, 8, 9 due up in the Henley order in the bottom half of the second. That's Owen Sheen, Mark Carpenter, and Peyton Price. Lincoln Peterson still on the mound as those 2 runs came across that first inning. One of them was earned, one was unearned after the error at first base. So Peterson getting through the first 2/3 of this Henley order in pretty decent shape. These kids can swing the bat, and it doesn't get easier in the bottom third of the lineup. Here's Owen Sheen stepping in, the left-handed batting Sheen. starting in center field today for the Hornets. The first pitch today from Peterson will miss outside, 1-0. Owen Sheen this season hitting 225. Sure he'd like to see those numbers improve, but he's out there for his defense as well in center field. He's got wheels on him. A big swing and a miss there. It is now 1-1. As we were talking about basketball just a bit ago, talking about some of the Klamath Union hitters, Owen Sheen, an all-conference basketball player, first team. That pitch misses, just on the outside part of the plate, actually. That one's in there. 1-2 now to Sheen. By the way, Owen, one of two first-team all-conference basketball players in the starting lineup for the baseball team. Blaine Boersma, the other one. That one's lifted into shallow center field. The shortstop can't get to it, and that'll be a single for Owen Sheen to lead things off this inning. Mark Carpenter, the pitcher, now to bat as he tries to get on base and help himself out a little bit. On deck is Peyton Price. A good job of Sheen in a 2-strike count to just make contact with that one, put it in play, make some things happen. As he finds himself on first base, Mark Carpenter steps in, again has already pitched 2 innings and now gets his first at-bat. Peterson checking Sheen at first. Peterson kicks and delivers. Carpenter shows bunt. It's down the third base line. Peterson up with it, holds on to it, tries to backdoor Sheen at second, and everyone is safe. Carpenter with an infield single moves Sheen to second and brings up Peyton Price. Coach Adam Randall calling out signs. He does the number signs instead of the traditional hand signals that you'd see as Peyton Price steps in. A good chance for him to pad his RBI total on the year. Through these 15 games, he has 5 RBI as Peterson steps off there to check his runners. Sheen at second, Carpenter at first. Murhoff not covering. He plays in front of the runner at first, so Carpenter able to get another couple-step lead. As showing bunt is Price. He lays that one down to Peterson. Second baseman Jones covering, and the throw is not in time. Price beats it out. Henley playing a little bit of small ball to load up the bases here in the bottom of the second. Now back to the top of the order, it's Blaine Boersma. Corners in for Klamath Union. Jones and Kinnett at second and short for Klamath Union. They're playing for the double plays. The first pitch into Boersma is going to miss inside for ball 1. As I mentioned, Boersma, one of the 2 Henley players in the first team all-conference for boys basketball last year. The Hornets, of course, finished league play undefeated last year, just to unceremoniously lose to Staten in the first round. As a ground ball single into center field for Boersma. Scores Sheen. Carpenter comes around to score as well, and a 2 RBI single for Blaine Boersma gives Henley a 4-0 lead. Nobody out, and that will bring up Hunter Schweink. And we'll see if anything is going on with Boersma on the base paths. Fortunately, don't have stolen base numbers for this Hornets team, but imagine Boersma is liable to swipe, and there he goes. The throw down is going to be just a rocket right back to Peterson, maybe trying to bait a Price into breaking for home on that play. but didn't quite work out, as it'll just be Boersma safely getting to second. That pitch was a ball, and so the 1-0 will miss as well. Now 2-0. Boersma at second, Price at third, Hunter Schweink up to bat. Sure, Hunter is glad to be back. He's been doing a lot of physical therapy on that ankle. The 2-0 on its way from Hunter. That one is lofted foul. Two and one. But he seems to be ready to go, obviously. Doctors cleared him to play towards the end of last basketball season. But just decided, he wasn't in game shape. It was just time to get ready for baseball. So Hunter's been preparing for this season for just a couple of weeks longer than maybe some of his teammates had, especially the ones who were doing winter sports. 2-1, the count now to Hunter. And the pitch is lifted. Right field, coming on is Joyner. He makes the catch. Tagging to go home is Price. The throw is not in time. Price had a little bit of trouble sliding into home as he kind of slid with both knees down, but he looks to be okay. I'm sure he'll hear about it when he gets back into the dugout if he looks okay. Also tagging from second to go to third is Boersma. A sacrifice fly for Hunter Schweink makes the score 5-0 Hornets in the bottom of the second inning. As Price scored, Boersma over there, and a sacrifice fly and an RBI for Schweink brings up Matt Douglas. Douglas also a sacrifice fly this game, and with one out in the inning, the infield coming in for Klamath Union as they try to cut off Boersma, who is standing there at third. The pitch will come inside and hit Douglas, and that will put runners at the corners now with one out, and that will probably change the way that the Pelicans infield plays, at least the middle infield. You would think that Jones and Connect get ready for a double play, and they do. And so Murhoff, the first baseman, and Glidden, the third baseman, will be playing on the grass with one out, and Tyler Harper at the plate. He singled, came around to score his first time through. Throw over to first is not in time as Douglas gets back safely. The first baseman could be on the move here with one out. We'll see if they do the same thing they did with Boersma not too long ago. Henley has scored 3 in this inning. One more in scoring position. It's Boersma at third. Peterson throws to first, and back safely is Douglas. Peterson quite concerned with a runner on first. Just trying to keep him honest as Douglas shortens his lead from first, if not maybe by just a half step, and that's why Peterson throws over there. Now thinks about going to third, but no one was there on the bag, and so it is just Peterson stepping off. Peterson coming sent, looking his runner down at Douglas. The pitch home, that one is in there for strike one. 0-1 to Harper. Peterson now trying to decide which pitch. The right-hander comes set in the stretch, kicks and delivers a high fastball swung on and missed by Tyler Harper. Sure, that one looked like a meatball coming in. It was about eye level to Tyler. He took a big hack at that one, but came up with nothing but air. It's now an 0-2 count to Tyler Harper. Peterson set, delivers. The breaking pitch is flared out into right field. That one gets down. It is fair. Blaine Boersma's going to come around to score. Douglas rounding second, headed for third. The throw is not in time, and a single, RBI single for Tyler Harper. Runners still at the corners, still one out, and now just a 6-0 ball game after Harper gets that RBI single brings up Dylan Tobias, who doubled in the first. Good enough for an RBI already today. Henley leads 6-0 over Klamath Union in the bottom of the second. Now Tobias steps in, watches the first one. Taken off for second is Tyler Harper. No throw down. First pitch missed low for ball one. Dylan Tobias, 7 RBI this season. 2 more out there waiting for him. The pitch, low, blocked by Daly. 2-0. On deck, Aiden Hayes, if he gets an opportunity this inning, in which he should, with only 1 out. Peterson coming set. That one is a line shot past the shortstop Canet into left field. 1 run comes in and scores. That's Harper. Douglas also scores, and a 2 RBI single for Dylan Tobias. He's knocked in 3 runs today. This gives Henley an 8-0 lead. Aiden Hayes stepping in now. Hayes flew out to center field his first time through. Peterson looking down, the runner at first, Tobias. Throw over is not in time. Peterson concerned about Tobias at first after Harper came in to score and Douglas came in to score from the base path, so it is just Tobias on first for Henley. Peterson delivering the first pitch to Hayes. It is a ground ball to third and underneath the glove of Glidden at third and into left field, as Aiden Hayes will reach on the error. Runners at first and second now. Tobias at second, and now Owen Sheen steps in. He led off this inning with a single, came around to score. The pitch from Peterson, a breaking ball in the dirt. Daly stays in front of it, 1-0. Klamath Union falling behind here, 8-0 in the bottom of the second. 6 runs have already come across to score this inning for Henley, as Peterson comes set to Sheen. The 1-0 is swung on and fouled back, 1-1. Klamath Union, while it was a storied program, it is a storied program when, again, you look at the 1963 and 64 state championships, 72 and 75 and 79, one in 1983, and 1990 was their last state championship, as the 1-1. Peterson comes set with it, kicks and delivers. That one's going to miss high. Now 2-1. But in the last 5 seasons, Klamath Union has struggled. 21 and 78 in the past 5 years. That's the win-loss record for Klamath Union overall, 21 and 78. Peterson delivers. Sheen fouls that one back, 2-2. And it's kind of curious when you look at things. All of the state championships across all the sports that Klamath Union won in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s is the 2-2, a ground ball down the first base line. Murhoff up with it. He steps on the bag himself for the second out, but advancing to third is Tobias. To second is Hayes. Sheen grounded out for the second out in the inning, bringing up Mark Carpenter. Carpenter a chance to make it a 10-run game with a 2-out single here. He singled, came around to score earlier this inning. Peterson kicks and delivers, misses high. And I was talking about Klamath Union, but it seems like in the past, definitely about 15 years, Henley and Mazama, and even before that really, but really in these last 15 years, Henley and Mazama have kind of overtaken Klamath Union in terms of competitiveness in the Basin. And I'm just curious as to why that might be when you look at certain things where these athletes are choosing to go to school here in the Basin and things of that matter. The 2-0 on its way to Carpenter. He lifts that one, and that is going to be foul. Came within about 5 feet of where we are down the first base line. I'm going to see if I had to break out the old leather to make that play, but ended up staying in territory, just fell to the grass. The count now 2-1 to Carpenter. Peterson trying to get out of this inning where 6 runs have already come across to score. The pitch is going to be down the right field line. That one is foul once again. So we'll do it again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. On deck is Peyton Price, if he gets the chance. Peterson trying to choose the pitch to throw. Comes set. Getting ready to deliver the 2-2. It misses high. Runs the count full. Now 3-2. Peterson, at this point in the ballgame, hasn't walked anyone. He did hit Matt Douglas with a pitch earlier this inning, but has not surrendered the 4-pitch walk yet. Peterson coming set, kicks and delivers a fly ball to left field. Dawson under it, going back and makes the catch for the 3rd and final out of the inning. 6 runs come across for the Hornets on 6 hits. They leave 2 runners on. They lead 8-0 as we head now to the top half of the 3rd. 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Trying to lose some weight and get in shape? Harper Isles Tennis and Fitness Club provides a clean and friendly workout environment with professional and experienced staff to help you achieve your goals. They offer state-of-the-art equipment, indoor tennis and pickleball courts, certified personal trainers, tons of group exercise classes. They're the best exercise facility in the Klamath Basin. Plus, they now have a smoothie bar to give you a nutritious boost after your workout. See and feel the difference at Harper Isles Tennis and Fitness Club. It's the place to be.
We're back on 104.3 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. It is 8-0. Henley leads as we head now to the top half of inning number 3. It's going to be Chase Kinnett, Ryan Glidden, and Jackson Joyner do up this half for the Pelicans. We'll see if Mark Carpenter can continue to hold this lineup at bay as we enter now the 3rd inning. First pitch from Carpenter. That one is a line drive into left, but gloved by Austin. Just took a couple of steps in for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out in the 3rd. You love those innings if you're Carpenter. In comes Ryan Glidden. Only took Carpenter 102 pitches to pitch 7 innings against Hidden Valley earlier this season as he fires in strike 1 there. And you might be wondering, well, 102 pitches, that's a lot for 7 innings. You see guys in the big leagues get pulled after 100 pitches. Well, Carpenter misses there, 1-1. Well, I think that's rightly the point, right? You see guys in the big leagues get through 7 innings and 100 pitches, and yeah, it's a lot for them, but it is also kind of normal for those guys to do that. So for Carpenter to be doing that here in his freshman year, he's got good control of his stuff as the 1-1 is fouled back, 1-2. You can tell it just by watching him throw a bullpen or just by playing catch. Really, the freshman knows what he's capable of, and he has been doing a fairly good job today through 2 1/3. The pitch to Glidden is going to be in the dirt, runs the count now to 2-2. Carpenter ready to deliver. That pitch on the outside part of the plate. It gets Glidden looking for out number 2. Second strikeout of the day for Carpenter, and in steps Jackson Joyner. First pitch to Joyner, in there for strike 1. Good hard fastball from Carpenter, but he'll also toss in the changeup and the curveball as well. The pitch is in there for strike 2. And when you can place the fastball well, you don't have to rely on that secondary stuff so soon. The 0-2 is a ground ball over to short. Schweink charging. Throw on to first in time. 1-2-3 go the Pelicans. They trail 8-0 to the Henley Hornets. We head now to the bottom half of the third on 104.3 and 90 Sports with video on MyBase.com.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Bottom of the third inning, 9-1-2 in the Henley order. Peyton Price, Blaine Boersma, and Hunter Schweink do up this half for Henley as the sun starting to beat down on us here out at Rosser Field. It is just under 50 degrees. We should see, well, I'm looking at the weather app right now. It's 50 degrees. We should see about 58 by the time these double headers are over. Games 2 and 3 between the Pelicans and the Hornets this season. Game 1 was played back on Wednesday at Henley won 13-0. And they lead right now 8-0 over KU. Price steps in, awaiting the first pitch from Lincoln Peterson. And that one misses for ball 1. Henley bat around in the second, scored 6 runs on 6 hits. And a swing and a miss there for strike 1. Count now 1-1. Peyton Price, his first time through, was in that second inning where he singled. It was a bunt single, and he came around to score. Watches that one miss high and in, 2-1. He scored on an RBI single from Blaine Boersma. The pitch is going to be fouled back. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Price. And it is quite the beautiful day. I brought up the weather. Hardly a cloud in sight, and a swing and a miss for strike 3. Price goes fishing for a pitch that gets past Daly. And on the dropped third strike, gets to first. I wonder if Peyton Price, I don't know if it's this deep, but I think Peyton Price realized that pitch was in the dirt, decided that might be his best way to get on base, swung, missed at it. Daly, the catcher, couldn't keep it in front of him, and on the drop third strike, Price finds himself at first. That's a shot into left field, and it's going to take one hop and bounce off the wall off the bat of Blaine Boersma. Price is going to come around to score. Boersma chugging for third, dives in there safely. And an RBI triple for Blaine Boersma. That is his second triple of the day. Price comes around and scores, and Boersma standing safely at third. That is his third RBI on the day and gives Henley a 9-0 lead. Hunter Schweink steps in now, a sacrifice fly. His last time through scored. Blaine Boersma. That pitch misses, goes to the backstop, but Boersma is going to stay put at third. A wild pitch from Peterson. And a substitution for Klamath Union as well. Got a new first baseman. We'll get that change for you. It's going to be Carson Joyner, the senior, out at first base now, replacing Jackson Murhoff, as this one is lifted out to second base. On to make the catch is Jones for the first out. One out. And that'll bring up Matt Douglas. Douglas, a sacrifice fly in the first, got him an RBI. He was hit by a pitch in the second inning and came around to score. The first pitch from Peterson to Douglas. He takes a hack at that one. That one's into shallow center field. Will get down for a base hit. Blaine Boersma is going to score, and an RBI single for Matt Douglas makes this a 10-0 ball game. That brings up Tyler Harper. Harper today is 2 for 2. Pair of singles and an RBI to this point on the day. Henley's doing a fantastic job of putting them where they aren't. A swing and a miss, strike 1 to Harper. These short fly balls that are just over the head of any infielder, but just too short for an outfielder to come on and catch. A ground ball to short. Toss on to second for one. On to first, not in time, and Harper beats out the back end of a double play, but Douglas out on the base paths. Harper reaching on the fielder's choice, and now 2 outs. Runner still on first, and Dylan Tobias comes in. Tobias, a double and a single to this point in the game. 3 RBI for Dylan Tobias, the designated hitter. He has certainly helped his team to build this 10-run lead as Henley leads 10-0 in the bottom half of inning number 3. First pitch to Tobias is on its way. Peterson comes set, delivers. That one misses low. 1-0. It's a beautiful day for baseball today. I see the kids out, which is always great. Behind me, there's an own game going on. They've got jackets set up as the base paths. They're playing with wiffle balls. This is what baseball's about, right? Going out to a game, you see the kids running around. That's all part of it, especially here in Klamath Falls. How to get the kids involved. Looks like they're using a wood bat, too. Maybe not a wiffle ball bat. They're playing for real out here. It's some serious business. A ball and a strike. The count to Tobias. Peterson comes set and delivers. This is a fly ball. Will be well fouled out of play. Count now 1-2. And, of course, as that ball goes out of play, that one might be making a stay in this scrimmage going on behind me. All right, it looks like we've got a ball back in play. Harper jogs back to first. And it is a 1-2 count to Dylan Tobias with 2 outs in the inning. The pitch from Peterson is high, cut at, and fouled. Count remains 1-2. The 1-2 again, ground ball, foul, out past the stretched hand of Coach Adam Randall down the third base line. Could have been here before the game. We were playing some music out here. It was a good time. Adam Randall, the coach of the Henley Hornets, talking to us about the good old days of music. He said he hadn't really liked the new song that's come out since about 2004. That's what he told me earlier this morning. He's playing some interesting tunes. I asked him, I was like, what do you like nowadays? He said, I haven't enjoyed a song since 2004. Oh, man. The Henley Hornets leading 10-0. It's still a 1-2 count to Dylan Tobias. Tobias really working this at bat. Again, he's got 3 RBIs today. The 1-2, it's a ground ball right back to Peterson. He has a little bit of trouble corralling it, but he throws on to first, and it's in time for the third out this inning. 2 runs come across for the Hornets on 2 base hits. They leave 1 stranded, and we head now to the top half of inning number 4 on 104 960 Sports with video on mybasin.com.
On Top Tree Services have one of the highest buckets in town. No job too small, no tree too tall. Operating since 2017, this crew's ready for your land clearing, tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and fire prevention. On Top Tree Services offers same-day estimates. I can't mention this enough. If a tree falls on your house or vehicle, they offer a 24/7 emergency tree or limb removal. Give them a call today at 541-882-8707. On Top Tree Services, fast, easy, and reliable. CCB 216014.
Getting ready for the 4th inning in a game that Henley leads 10-0. So far for the Hornets, 10 runs on 11 hits, no errors through the first 3 innings. They have left 4 runners on base. For Klamath Union today, no runs on 1 hit. They have committed 2 errors and have left no runners on base. 9 up and 9 down was that for Carpenter. But looks now that we've got some substitutions as Carpenter heads to second. Pitching now is Boersma. Hayes, who was at second, moves to short. Boersma, who was at third, moves to the mound. So Schweink is now at third for the Hornets as we get ready for the top of the 4th inning. Not sure what the pitch count was as we try to figure that out for a second. And we'll find out the pitch count here in just a second. Had to ask just what's going on. So it'll be Lincoln Peterson, Braden Dawson, and Yuli Hernandez in the top half of the 4th for Klamath Union as the top third of the order tries to get something going today. Only 1 base hit for the Pelicans so far today. And we'll see how Blaine Boersma handles things in the second time through the order. First pitch from Boersma is going to miss low. 1-0. As Carpenter, like I mentioned, he threw 102 pitches last Friday. So he was on no pitch count today, but curious to see if they decide to maybe have him ready for Wednesday's game. Would make sense against North Valley next week. The Knights coming here to Rosser Field next week. The 3-0 from Boersma. That one's gonna find the zone. 3-1. The count to Peterson, who is 0 for 1 today. He flew out back in the first. The 3-1 is fouled back. 3-2 to Peterson. As he, I'm sure, just trying to get some kind of rally started. His team down 10-0 in the top of the fourth inning. The pitch is going to come inside. Didn't hit Peterson, but that was ball 4. And Boersma walks the first batter that he faces in relief of Mark Carpenter. That'll bring up Braden Dawson, who is 0 for 1 today. Dawson grounded out his first time through. Boersma kicks, delivers. The pitch is in there for strike 1. Boersma checking the runner at first. Dawson kicks, delivers. That one, just misses outside. 1-1 to Dawson. On deck, Yuli Hernandez. Boersma eyeing back Peterson at first. Peterson only about 5 feet off the bag. The pitch there, it was low. Throw down to first. Peterson dives back safely. 2-1. The count to Dawson. Peterson maybe a little bit longer now, maybe about 6 or 7 feet off the bag, as that is a fly ball into right center field. Price, calling everyone off, makes the catch for the first out. Brings up Yuli Hernandez. Hernandez was a strikeout casualty his first time up. Was one of 2 batters that Carpenter struck out today in 3 innings of work. Carpenter allowed no runs, just 1 hit, didn't walk anyone, and struck out 2 in his 3 innings of work. And now Boersma trying to slam the door. The pitch looked at for ball 1 to Hernandez. 1-0. And we expect that we will have game 3 of a doubleheader today. Is that strike, swing and a miss? Looks like softball has already wrapped up their first game. Henley won yesterday 20-1, and be curious to see what the final score was. And a foul ball right back into the catcher's mask of Harper. That'll leave your ears ringing for certain. Home plate umpire comes out, gives Harper, I'm sure, just a second to recuperate, as he took that one straight to the mask. As a catcher myself back in the day in high school when I played and was a catcher, those ones always left you ringing in the ears a little bit. But that's why you have them, right? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. But it definitely does ring your bell. Wakes you up a little bit. I think it gives you a better jolt than your morning cup of coffee. The 1-2 misses wide, 2-2. Peterson on first, 1 out. Henley leads 10-0 in the top half of inning number 4. The 2-2 misses low, 3-2. What was always the worst for me as a catcher, I had this happen a couple of times, was a foul ball catch me in the shoulder. Ooh, that was never pleasant. Full count pitch home, a line drive into left field, and that one will get down past the glove of Austin. Rounding second, headed for third is Peterson, and he gets in there safely. A double for Yuli Hernandez. Puts 2 runners in scoring position now with just 1 out for the middle of the KU order, Noah Daly. Up to bat, Daly 0 for 1 today. He grounded out in the second inning. Boersma finds himself in a bit of trouble. Misses with the breaking pitch outside. 1-0. It's Daly, Jones, and Murhoff, 4, 5, 6, still due up with just 1 out this inning. That one is lifted into right. Moving over is Price. He will put that one away. Peterson is tagging. The throw home. There is no throw. Tagging from second and getting to third is Hernandez. Peterson scores. It is now 10-1. Klamath Union leads. Two outs brings up Brandon Jones. You see him step in there. The pitch swung on and missed for strike 1. And Boersma now pitching from the windup with a runner on third. That pitch is smacked into center field and caught by Owen Sheen, making it look flashy with a little hop out there in center to retire the side. 1 run comes across for the Pelicans on just 1 base hit. They also leave a runner stranded. They trail the Henley Hornets 10-1 as we head to the bottom half of the 4th on 104.3 and 9.6 with video on mybasin.com.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah!
Be great.
Participate! 10-1 the score after 3.5. Heading into the bottom half of the 4th now. Aiden Hayes, Owen Sheen, and Mark Carpenter due up for the Hornets. That is 6, 7, 8 in the Henley order. Still trying to get past Lincoln Peterson, who has given up 10 runs today, although by my tally, 8 of them earned. He has given up also 12 base hits today. The Hornets have been doing a good job of putting them where they're not. I mentioned that last time they were up to bat. They're doing a great job of just kind of dumping them into the outfield. Single, single, single. There have been a couple of extra base hits today. A double from Dylan Tobias earlier in the game. A couple of triples from Blaine Boersma. But that's it. That is all the extra base hits today. 3, and I guess 3 through 3 innings is impressive, but you don't expect that to turn into 10 runs. As Peterson getting ready to deliver the 2-0. Hayes gets a hold of that one, backing up over the head of the left fielder Dawson, and Hayes rounds second. He's headed for third. He's going to get in there standing. That's a lead-off triple. We'll see if they scored an error, and they won't. That is a lead-off triple for Aiden Hayes. And right as I talk about the lack of extra base hits, there's a big one there. Brings up Owen Sheen. The Hornets are trying to get that run back that they gave up in the top half and hopefully end this thing in 5. That's, of course, what the Hornets are hoping for. Saves them a bit of pitching as well. As Owen Sheen steps in, he is 1 for 2 today as he calls time. Singled in the second and also grounded out in the second as well. Both of his at-bats came in that big 6-run second inning for Henley as he swings at that pitch and fouls it back 0-1. Peterson coming set, kicks, delivers. Sheen fouls that one off as well. Now the count 0-2. Runner at third is Hayes. He led things off this inning with a triple. Peterson eyes him down. It's ready. Comes set. Kicks and delivers to Sheen, who lifts that one. Playable, but fouled. The catcher, Daly, is not able to put that one away. Bounced off his glove once. Almost had it on the rebound, but just let that one fall, and that is a tough one. Those balls are tough to play, though, for catchers because they go straight up, and they have some fierce backspin. That is the truth. Sheen gets a second shot at life. Will go in the books as a KU error, but those plays are tough to make. The pitch to Sheen. Misses 1-2. Peterson comes set once more. Sheen runs into that one, sends it into center field. Going back is Hernandez, and that one gets down. Hayes is going to score. Sheen is hustling, and he slides into third safely. Gets past the glove of the third baseman, Glidden, but that is for certain. That one scores a run. They're scoring that a hit for the Hornets, making it an 11-1 ball game. Sheen puts the Hornets back up by 10, and in steps Mark Carpenter. Carpenter singled, a bunt single his last time through, and fouls that one off. As a matter of fact, it was actually a 1-2 is what Carpenter has done today. Also flew out in that second inning. It's 0-1 to him now after that foul ball and no outs. That one a ground ball to third. Up with it is Glidden. A ground ball he throws to first, and safe is Carpenter on the E5. 1 run scores, making it 12-1. Another error today for Klamath Union, and a runner on first. Nobody out. Brings up Peyton Price. Score 12-1. Interesting. He scored that a base hit. Not quite sure about that one. That one is a wild pitch. Gets back to the backstop. Carpenter going to get into second standing. And, Carpenter did, I guess, beat the throw. But the throw didn't make it past the pitcher's mound from third base. So, not sure if that's necessarily a base hit, although it goes in the books as one. The 1-0 comes high. 1-1 now the count to Price, who has struck out and singled to this point in the game. Singled in the second, struck out in the third. As Lincoln Peterson ready to deliver the pitch. And in fact, he steps off, takes a look at second. Just want to make sure he knows what's going on with Carpenter standing out there at second. There is nobody out, and a 2-0 count to Price. That one is a ground ball to short. Paskin at short. And into left field. Runners at the corners now after Carpenter to third. Price to first on the error. 5 errors today for Klamath Union, and now to the top of the order for Blaine Boersma, who has done some serious damage today against Klamath Union. Already 3 RBI and 2 triples. First pitch, Boersma takes a big hack at things. Boersma also now pitching for Henley as he tries to give himself a little bit more of a cushion. Henley could end things in the top half of the 5th if they stay up by 10. Just see if that's what they're able to do. The pitch is a line drive into left field. That'll score Carpenter. Rounding second, he's going to stay put is Price. And an RBI single for Blaine Boersma. Score now 13-1. Henley leads. Hunter Schweink stepping in now as a meeting on the mound. Looks like Coach Michael Overstreet is going to take the ball from Lincoln Peterson. We'll get you the defensive changes after this as Peterson exits the ball game with runners on first and second and his team trailing 13-1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports with video on mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
And we welcome you back on 104.3 and 960 Sports. HD video on mybasin.com. Henley leading in game 1 of a doubleheader this afternoon, 13-1. A new pitcher for Klamath Union is Yuli Hernandez. Lincoln Peterson, I believe, is going to find himself out in center field after pitching 3 innings. So far, he's given up 13 runs. Now, he is responsible for the 2 standing out there at first and second, being Peyton Price and Blaine Boersma. However, so far, 13 runs. Of the 13 runs he's given up so far, 9 of them earned. And both of these runs that are standing out there right now, well, one of them would be unearned. It would be Peyton Price, who's standing at second. Blaine Boersma would be an earned run. Yuli Hernandez, the pitcher for Klamath Union. His first task out of the pen is Hunter Schweink. Schweink is going to take that pitch for a ball. It's 1-0 now, but Hunter this afternoon is hitless. He does have a sacrifice fly back in the second, but has also flown out and grounded out thus far. Boersma, a big lead off of first. The pitch, Schweink looks at it. 1-1. Nobody out in this inning, so Hernandez inherits himself quite a jam here as he gets ready to deliver the 1-1 pitch to Hunter Schweink. It is a ground ball into left field. Peyton Price is going to come around and score, and Boersma will stay put at second. Now the score 14-1. Henley leads. Still runners at first and second, and nobody out. An RBI single there for Schweink. Scores Price, moves Boersma to second, and in steps Matt Douglas. Douglas getting ready to see the first pitch, takes a big swing and misses there, 0-1. The count to Douglas. He sacrificed fly back in the first and knocked home an RBI with a single in the third. Was also hit by a pitch in the second. Runs into that one there, past the glove of the shortstop Connect. Rounding third and heading home is Boersma. He's going to get in there safely. 15-1 now, Klamath Union trailing the Hornets. Still, runners at first and second with nobody out. "16 hits today for KU. They are doing a fantastic job of putting the ball to the bat. Schweink stands at second. First pitch to Tyler Harper misses high. 1-0. Harper today has singled twice, reached on a fielder's choice in the third, has come around to score twice as well with an RBI earlier in the game. A high miss there for Yuli Hernandez. Still nobody out in the inning. Missing high there. It's been triple, error, single. The 7 batters that have been up so far for Klamath Union. Now Tyler Harper, the 8th man to bat this inning as he fouls that one back. Count now 3-1 to the catcher Harper. On deck, Dylan Tobias. Coming set is Peterson. The pitch is looked at for strike 2. Harper thought he had a walk. He took a step towards first base from the right-handed batter's box. But, well, he's going to have to find his groove again that he's made with his cleats. The full count pitch from Hernandez looked at for a walk. That will load the bases with nobody out. In steps Dylan Tobias. Douglas to second, Schweink to third, Harper at first. Tobias steps in. 3 RBIs for him today on a 2-for-3 afternoon. Doubled in the first as he watches that one miss. 1-0. He singled home 2 runs in the second and grounded out his last time up here in the 4th inning. A chance to really do some damage, and in fact, he will try to duck out of the way of a pitch, but it hits him in the back. He will get aboard. A run will score. That is Schweink. And now it is 16-1. Douglas to third, Harper to second, Tobias now on first. And that will bring up Aiden Hayes, who led off this inning. Hayes led this inning off with a triple to left field. And now with the bases loaded, I'm sure he'd love to put one right back out there. The pitch to Hayes is hit into center field. Going back is Peterson. That one's going to get down. And Douglas will score. Harper's going to score, and that will be all. 2 runs on a single for Aiden Hayes. 18-1. Runners at second and third. At first and second. And nobody out for Owen Sheen. Sheen tripled earlier this inning. Credit him with 1 RBI. He also came around to score. He is 2 for 3 today. 18-1. Henley leads KU here at Rosser Field. The pitch misses high. 2-0 the count now to Sheen. And it looks like Henley and Klamath Union softball is already getting started with game 2. There's a fly ball to center field. That one's going to get down past the glove of the center fielder. And moving up to third is Harper. Tobias to second. Sheen now to first. And they're playing some station to station out there are the Hornets. Bases loaded. Nobody out. And that'll bring up Mark Carpenter. Carpenter has reached on a single. He's also flown out today. Reached on an error earlier this inning and came around to score. And Yuli Hernandez comes set. The pitch is going to be looked at high for a ball to Carpenter. Ahead in the count 1-0. 8 runs come across this inning for Henley. They've almost matched their total for the entire game to this point. Hernandez comes set. The pitch is going to be a ground ball hit to second. Stepping on second for one. Jones fires to first. And first baseman pulls his foot. Joyner. So 1 away. 1 run comes in to score. 19-1. So Carpenter reaches on a fielder's choice. Coming in to score was Dylan Tobias. And now it's Peyton Price to hit. The first pitch to him is in there for strike 1. Runners at the corners. At first, it is Carpenter. At third, it is Hayes. The pitch misses high. 1-1. So with this, we can officially close the book on Lincoln Peterson. Gave up 18 runs today. 13 of them earned. 14 hits. 1 walk, no strikeouts for Peterson. Hernandez now responsible for one of the runs that's come across today, plus the 2 more that are standing out there right now. The pitch is batted down foul down the third base line. Count now 3-2. Hernandez trying to get an out here any way he can. The pitch is fouled back. Count remains 3-2. The Hornets batted all the way around +1. 10 batters before Klamath Union could record an out this inning. Hernandez delivers, fouled back. Still 3-2. 19-1 the score. Henley has a 12-game winning streak going against Klamath Union. Looking to make that 13 today. The pitch from Hernandez, fouled back. We'll do it again, 3-2. Hernandez ready to go again with the full count pitch. That one misses in the dirt. And we'll load the bases with just 1 out. So Hayes stays at third. Carpenter to second. And now it is Blaine Boersma to hit for the Hornets. Singled home a run earlier this inning. Takes a cut there, and it's a strike. Strike 1 as he fouled it back. 4 RBIs today for Blaine Boersma. He has done some damage today for the Hornets. A couple of triples, 2 singles as well for Blaine. The pitch is a hard-hit ground ball to short. Connect, up with it, on to first, not in time. Boersma beats it out, and an RBI there. They're scoring that a hit. All right, 20-1 as Boersma reaches on an E6. 6 errors today for Klamath Union. Price to second. Hayes scored, Carpenter to third, and in steps Hunter Schweink. First pitch to Hunter, in there for strike one. Hunter today, 2 RBI, 1 on a single earlier this inning. He also had a sacrifice fly back in the second. The pitch is a line drive hit into center field. That is going to get down. 1 run comes in to score as Carpenter touches home. And Henley tacking him on here. It is 21-1. Henley has scored 11 runs this inning. As Schweink with a single and an RBI. First pitch to Douglas, a foul ball, strike one. Still just 1 out in this inning. That one's going to miss high. 1-1. 8 base hits this inning for Klamath Union, for Henley. And this one is a ground ball to short, and it looks like it might have caught Connect in the face. And we are going to step aside, take a quick break, as that one will single home a run, 22-1. As Matt Douglas finds himself on board there with the base hit. We're going to take a break as we figure out what happened down there on the field, and we'll be back on 104.3 and 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Well, we welcome you back to Henley Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports. A player is injured on the field, and I think we're just making sure everything is going to be okay. I believe they are calling someone, so we'll try our best to give you a recap of what's happened so far in today's contest. Henley leads 22-1 over Klamath Union. Klamath Union has, actually, let's phrase it this way. Henley has done an immaculate job this afternoon of getting on base. So far today for them, my count is at 18 hits for Henley today, no errors. As far as I can tell, they've left 4 runners on base. Now, when we get back to playing, we will have a bases loaded situation for the Hornets as well, with just 1 out here in this 4th inning. But it started out good today for Henley with a leadoff triple today from Blaine Boersma. In that first inning, Tyler Harper later singled him in, Matt Douglas with the sacrifice fly. Tyler Harper got on board, came around to score in that first inning. Klamath Union offensively, has done an okay job of trying to hang with Henley today. Mark Carpenter, though, had just pitched a stellar performance for the Hornets. In 3 innings, he has since left the game, only gave up that 1 hit, but the Pelicans were putting the ball in play. Just 2 strikeouts for Carpenter in his 3 innings of work. That is a stark difference to how he performed last week against Hidden Valley, a game in which he went a complete game through 102 pitches and struck out 7. And this time around, he just allowed Klamath Union to put the ball in play and keep things moving this afternoon. The 1 base hit against him was Brandon Jones, and then the next batter, Jackson Murhoff, rolled into a double play. So in 3 innings, Carpenter faced the minimum. And now when we come back in the bottom of the 4th inning, Henley will still be batting, but it'll be an opportunity for Blaine Boersma to close things out for the Henley Hornets, who again will have bases loaded when we come back. They've scored 12 this inning. In the 4th, it started out with a triple from Aiden Hayes, another triple from Owen Sheen. He got an RBI there. Mark Carpenter reached on an E5, Peyton Price on an E6, and things just kept snowballing from there for the Hornets. A single for Boersma, a single for Schweink, for Matt Douglas as well. Tyler Harper and Dylan Tobias were awarded walks, and then a single from Sheen, a couple of more singles, load the bases now. 12 runs come across this inning for Henley. And you notice the coaching staff for Henley, Coach Randall, has now basically just opted to play station to station with his team and the Hornets, which is fine when you're up by this much. This would, by my count, if they're able to hold on to this, be Henley's biggest win of the season. Now, they have had some pretty big wins. I look back to a 15-2 win they had against Cottage Grove early in the year, 11-5. That's only a 6-run win, although still very good. They run-ruled Douglas 11-1, but this would be the biggest win of the season by 21 runs if this is able to stand. And again, when we come back, Henley will have bases loaded. If you're just joining us, a brief pause in today's play as a Klamath Union player went down. Still trying to make sure everything is going to end up being okay with him, as we definitely send our thoughts over there to that dugout and what their players are thinking. But I believe emergency services are on the way. That's at least the last that I heard. And we're going to take one more break. When we come back, we're going to recap the Skyline Conference for you in just a bit and tell you who else is playing this afternoon on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Video on mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
And welcome you back to Henley Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Injured player on the field for Klamath Union has sat up, which is good. And just got word from Henley's dugout that this game is over. We're going to call it here. 22-1 is the final. And when we come back here in about an hour is what they're saying. Could be the possibility to make sure that everything is okay. Then we'll be back for Game 2 of a doubleheader this afternoon from Henley High School. So this game is over. 22-1 is the final. We're going to take one more break and get ready for the post-game show on 104.3 and 960 Sports, and we'll wrap up everything for you so far coming up here in just a bit on 104.3 and 960 Sports. In Game 1, 22-1.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Well, I welcome you back to 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. Henley baseball just getting wrapped up here this afternoon in Game 1 of a doubleheader today. This game ending after just 4 innings. Difficult circumstances this afternoon. A Klamath Union player, haven't been able to identify them yet, has gone down with a pretty serious injury. They took a baseball and have been down ever since. So we're calling this game here. We're going to wrap this one up, and then we will get ready for Game 2 in about an hour. We're just trying to make sure that everyone is safe, everyone is ready to play a game of baseball, and try to have a good time later on this afternoon as we wish the best to the folks in the Klamath Union dugout. We're going to wrap this one up for you today. Henley taking this one 22-1. 22 runs on 18 hits for Henley this afternoon. No errors, as it's a thank goodness that the player is able to walk off the field after being down for quite some time. They were quite shaken up, but it looks like everything is okay. Again, we don't know who the player is over there yet. Wish we could get you more information, as the Klamath County Fire District has come out here to make sure that everyone gets taken care of. And I'm sure they'll be out here for just a little while. So Klamath Union today with the loss, 1 run on 2 hits. They committed 6 errors this afternoon, and losing this one. It is Game 2 of a 3-game series against Henley. We will have Game 3 coming up here in just a little while as we close the book on the pitchers this afternoon. The winning pitcher today for Henley, we'll give it to Mark Carpenter, who pitched 3 innings, no runs. He did have 1 base hit against him, no walks and 2 strikeouts. Blaine Boersma came in relief, pitched 1 inning, gave up 1 run. It was earned, and 1 base hit, 1 walk, and no strikeouts for Blaine Boersma. Lincoln Peterson today, he started the game, 3 innings pitched. He gave up 18 runs, 13 of them earned, 14 hits against him. He walked 1 and did not strike out anyone. Yuli Hernandez came in relief in this 4th inning, and he gave up 4 runs, none of them earned against him. He did give up 3 base hits. He walked 2 and did not strike out any players today as we wrap this game up from Rosser Field. We really appreciate you being with us this afternoon on 104.3 and 960 Sports. For those of you watching on the video, what we're going to do is take a pause in the action. We're going to stop the live stream, and this link will still work for you when we come back. For those of you listening on the radio, we'll just return you to regularly scheduled programming just for the time being on Fox Sports Radio. Really appreciate you being with us. Appreciate both head coaches for taking the time this afternoon. Michael Overstreet at Klamath Union and Adam Randall here at Henley High School. Final score in Game 1, 22-1. Again, going to take a brief pause in the action, and we'll be back soon enough with Game 2 of a doubleheader this afternoon on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. My name is Josh Eldridge, and I'm saying so long from Rosser Field in Klamath Falls, Oregon.
Basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bellers Construction Facebook page, or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor at CCB 188923.
Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager of Clown Falls Honda and Clown Falls Subaru. I've lived here my whole life. Most of our employees have lived here their whole life too. Our sales, service, parts, and body shop teams are all staffed with experienced local folks. You know them, and they know you. Our dealerships are comfortable and not corporate. Comfortable means we're focused on you. I'm Rob, and I'm glad to know you.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I love to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
And welcome you back to 104.3 and 960 Sports HD video on mybasin.com for the Skyline Conference matchup between the Henley Hornets and the Klamath Union Pelicans. Game one of a doubleheader this afternoon ended in favor of the Hornets 22-1. And now we are getting ready for game two in just a little while. Starting pitchers for both teams. For Henley, it's Hunter Schweink getting the nod this afternoon. It'll be Jackson Murhoff for the KU Pelicans getting the nod today. Both teams looking to notch one in the win column. One thing Henley did well last game that I heard Coach Randall talk a little bit about was the fact that they didn't let pitchers get too deep in the count on them. They saw a strike that they wanted, and they were swinging right away as they take the field right now. We'll take one more break on the pregame show on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on MyBasin. First pitch and starting lineups are next.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Well, we're just about ready for baseball this afternoon from Rosser Field at Henley High School. Hunter Schweink on the mound for Henley, and Brandon Jones already stepping in for the Klamath Union Pelicans as we are getting ready for first pitch this afternoon. Hunter Schweink fires in strike one. It was a foul ball to get things started today. The Klamath Union lineup looks like this. Brandon Jones leads off and is at shortstop today. Batting second is Braden Dawson in left field. Batting third, number 7, Yuli Hernandez in center. Noah Daly bats fourth for Klamath Union, and the rest after this. The 0-1 from Schweink is fouled off for strike two. It is Chase Kinnett in at the second base position, batting fifth today. Hitting sixth is Jackson Murhoff, the pitcher. And the final third of the KU starting nine after this is Hunter Schweink ready to deliver the 0-2 pitch. It's a breaking ball and gets Jones way out in front for the first out. in the top of the first inning. Braden Dawson stepping in. Batting 7th today for Klamath Union is Ryan Glidden. Hitting 8th is Carson Joyner, and Jackson Joyner rounds out the KU order today. This is a fly ball to right field. Going over is Peyton Price. Can't get to it. Rounding first, heading for second is Dawson. They're going to send Dawson to third. The throw into the infield now to third is not in time, and a one-out triple for Braden Dawson. That will bring up Yuli Hernandez. Hernandez came in relief as a pitcher last game, came in relief of Lincoln Peterson, and gave up a few runs. Henley winning game 1 of a doubleheader this afternoon, 22-1, as Hunter Schweink fires in ball 1 to Hernandez. It was 10-1 heading into the bottom of the 4th inning. And that's when Henley jumped all over Lincoln Peterson. They put up 8 runs in that inning off of him and a few more on Yuli Hernandez, who's batting now. The 1-1 count. Pitch home to Yuli Hernandez and is swung on and missed. 1-2. Klamath Union scored 12 runs in that inning, that bottom of the 4th inning to close things out earlier this afternoon. Hunter Schweink ready to deliver the 1-2 pitch to Yuli Hernandez, a breaking ball. Hernandez was out in front of it, but he did foul it off. Count remains 1-2. So with that win earlier this afternoon, Henley takes the season series against Klamath Union. The pitch from Schweink is going to be looked at for strike 3. 2 strikeouts in this first inning for Schweink, and that brings up Noah Daly. Daly, the starting catcher for Klamath Union today. I mentioned Henley taking the season series against KU with the win earlier today, but also a win back on Wednesday, 13-0. Schweink delivers the pitch low for a ball. That one was corralled by Harper behind the dish. The defensive starters for the Hornets behind the dish, it's Harper, Blaine Boersma, Aiden Hayes at third and short, as this one's a slow roller out in front of the mound. Schweink up with it. The toss to first in time as Douglas squeezes it and ends the inning. Looks like we'll be meeting the defensive starting 9 for the Hornets next inning, but we'll meet the offensive starting 9 coming up in just a bit as we go to the bottom of the first. Tied at 0 on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Top of the order due up for Henley in the bottom of the first inning. The starting 9 for the Hornets goes like this. Leading off at third base is Blaine Boersma. Hunter Schweink is pitching and batting second. Hitting third, the first baseman, Matt Douglas. Tyler Harper, the catcher, bats cleanup for the Hornets today. Dylan Tobias, designated hitter, hitting fifth. Batting sixth is Aiden Hayes at shortstop, and batting seventh is Owen Sheen. Hitting eighth, Matt Carpenter at second base, and Peyton Price, the right fielder, hits ninth today for the Hornets. And on the mound is Jackson Murhoff for the Klamath Union Pelicans. The right-hander getting the nod today, standing about 6'5" on the mound. He is definitely a presence, and we'll see what he can do against this Henley starting lineup that put up 22 runs last game. 22. They combined for 19 base hits. They did reach on a couple of errors and a few walks, but all in all, an outstanding offensive performance earlier this afternoon for the Hornets. And leading off, as he gets ready to step into the box, Blaine Boersma certainly had himself an afternoon with him. 4 RBIs, 4 RBIs, a couple of triples, 2 singles. He also reached on an error in Game 1 earlier this afternoon, but 4 RBIs for Boersma. He took advantage of the opportunities he was afforded in that first game. And now, as he leads things off in the bottom half of the first, we'll see if he can set up his teammates and get a rally started and jump out in front of Klamath Union in the bottom of the first. Murhoff comes set, pitches, and it is swung on and missed for strike 1. One thing you'll notice about Murhoff right away, not pitching from the windup, even to start the game. He is immediately going from the stretch as Murhoff comes set, ready to deliver the 0-1. That is a ground ball, will be foul down the third base line, 0-2. Getting ahead of Boersma here. And I had mentioned before the first game between these two teams that one of the keys for Klamath Union is going to be throwing strikes, letting your defense do a little bit of the work, try to get Henley to hit it to your defenders as the 0-2 is fouled back, still 0-2. Well, Klamath Union certainly threw strikes in that game. There was only about 4 free passes. There was 2 hit batsmen and 2 walks in that first game. They threw plenty of strikes, but Henley just got on base. They got plenty of base hits, hit them right where Klamath Union wasn't quite often, as that pitch misses low and away, 1-2. The phrase, hit them where they ain't. That's what Henley did in the first game. Just, line drives right into center field, got right down in front of the center fielder. They did that to right and left field all game long. Popped a few over the head of the shortstop and second baseman and first baseman, as Blaine Boersma takes strike 3 on the inside part of the dish for the first out. And that will bring up Hunter Schweink. Schweink had a nice go of things in that first game as well. Hunter, as I pull this up here, Hunter had 2 RBI, a pair of singles, and a sacrifice fly in that first game as Murhoff comes set against Schweink, lifts that one into right center field. Going back is Jones, and he can't squeeze that one. Schweink is rounding second and headed for third. The throw into the infield, and Schweink is up at third standing with a 1-out triple. Brings up Matt Douglas, a chance to knock in a run here in the bottom half of the first. Douglas had 2 RBI in that first game, a sacrifice fly, and 3 singles to his name. Came around to score all but his last time when he was left stranded. Takes a big cut at that one and missed. 0-1 to Douglas. On deck is Tyler Harper. The pitch swung on and missed, maybe a little bit high for Douglas, but 0-2 regardless. The Skyline Conference matchup between a pair of rivals, but this rivalry has been one-sided for the past about 4 seasons. Henley has a 13-game winning streak against Klamath Union. Douglas gets a hold of one there, sends it to short. It's under the glove of Jones. Schweink is going to round third and head for home, and Douglas with an RBI there, he reaches on the E6. Henley now leads 1-0. And there's a runner on first with 1 out. Tyler Harper stepping in now. Murhoff having to keep tabs on Douglas. Did have a stolen base in the first game. The first pitch is going to come in high and tight to Harper. Misses, 1-0. Pretty sizable lead for Douglas off of first. He's about 8 feet off the bag. Murhoff not paying him any attention thus far. Now he checks him, comes set. Murhoff throws over, and Douglas is back safely. I mentioned that 13-game winning streak that Henley has going against Klamath Union. The last win for KU against a Hornets team came on April 11th, 2017, where KU won 4-1 as that pitch misses low. 2-0 the count to Harper. Klamath Union the past 5 seasons, in that time since they have lost that game to Henley, is just 21-78 overall as that pitch is fouled back. 2-1. They have struggled in a tough Skyline conference. When you look at some of the other teams that they share this league with, obviously Henley. You also look at Mazama, who is being coached by Pete Whistler now in his second season, was also the coach of the year back in the early 90s for Mazama, has returned. Douglas thought about going, but fouled that one off, I believe. Yeah, Douglas has to go back to first after that one. It was a foul ball, maybe off the knob of the bat of Harper. But still, 1 out in the inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Henley leads 1-0 in the bottom of the first. Murhoff having to look at the mound here at Henley High School, which is unusually steep for a high school ballpark here at Rosser Field. Seems like there's not too much room around the rubber on either side, whether you're looking at the front or the back or anything. It's just kind of a hill out there, which I guess if you're a pitcher is what you like. A line drive to Glidden at third. They get Douglas on the back door of a double play, and that will end the inning. 1 run does come across for the Hornets on 1 base hit. They leave no runners stranded, and we head now to the top half of the second on 103 and 960 Sports with video on mybasin.com.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page, or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor at CCB 188923.
Welcome back to Henley Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. 5, 6, 7 due up in the Klamath Union order. That's Chase Kinnett, Jackson Murhoff, and Ryan Glidden for the Pelicans this inning as they try to answer the 1 run that Henley put up in the bottom half of the first. It'll still be Hunter Schweink on the bump for the Hornets. Got out of that last inning relatively painless. He did give up a triple to Braden Dawson with 1 out, but a strikeout and a ground out got him out of that inning. We'll see what he's able to do now against the middle part of the KU order. Chase Kinnett steps in. The pitch from Schweink, a fastball fouled back into the glove of Harper, but still good for strike 1. Schweink really bringing the heat in this game. Place that fastball and it'll bring you far. That one is going to miss low in the dirt. 1-1. Schweink kicks and delivers. That one misses high. 2-1. Hunter standing about 6'4". He is definitely a presence out there on the mound as well. The 2-1. That one will find the zone. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kinnett. Hunter Schweink from the windup, steps, kicks, and delivers. The breaking pitch is not going to break enough. 3-2 now to Kinnett. Schweink delivers, swung on and missed, and down goes Chase Kinnett for the first out this inning. bringing up Jackson Murhoff. Already 3 strikeouts today for Schweink. Matt Carpenter started the first game for Henley today, and he struck out 2. So Schweink already ahead of that total from game 1 as he gets ahead 0-1 to Murhoff here, looking to start a rally and help his own cause. Schweink delivers. That one is in there for strike 2. It looked like Schweink had delivered really before Murhoff was ready for that pitch, and Schweink wants to work quickly. Already delivering this next pitch is a breaking ball that misses high. Now 1-2 to Murhoff. Schweink is catching the ball practically on the rubber, ready to throw again almost immediately. And now here's the 1-2. That one bounces. 2-2. But Murhoff in the batter's box, taking his time, looking back towards the dugout. He stepped in a couple of times and gotten both hands on the bat by the time Schweink has already started his motion. Now the 2-2 home to Murhoff. It is a fastball swung on and missed. 2 strikeouts for Schweink here in the second. And now that brings up Ryan Glidden. Glidden starting at third base today for Klamath Union. In his 1 at-bat last game, he struck out. The pitch from Schweink is looked at for ball 1 there. Next pitch from Schweink will bounce again. If you're going to miss, you want to miss low, and so far that's what Schweink has been doing for the most part. The 2-0 home, that one will also miss low. 3-0, in danger of losing Glidden after back-to-back strikeouts to start this inning. Schwenk's got to dig here. The 3-0 is swung on and missed. Pulled the string on him a little bit. Maybe took a little bit of velocity off that fastball. And now, still behind in the count, 3-1 is Schweink. From the windup, Hunter selects his pitch, kicks and delivers, and that one is swung on and missed. So down 3-0 in the count to battle back 3-2 has Schweink, and now we'll see what he can do with 2 outs in the inning. His team leading 1-0. Schweink with the full count pitch. It's fouled back. Hunter having to tuck in his jersey a little bit. He pitches with such ferocity sometimes that his jersey can come untucked from his shirt. Now having to do it again. The 3-2 on its way is swung on and missed. And Hunter Schweink strikes out the side. 1-2-3 go the Pelicans. And we head now to the bottom half of the second with Henley leading 1-0 on 104.3 and 960 with video on mybasin.com.
Trying to lose some weight and get in shape? Harper Isles Tennis and Fitness Club provides a clean and friendly workout environment with professional and experienced staff to help you achieve your goals. They offer state-of-the-art equipment, indoor tennis and pickleball courts, certified personal trainers, tons of group exercise classes. They're the best exercise facility in the Klamath Basin. Plus, they now have a smoothie bar to give you a nutritious boost after your workout. See and feel the difference at Harper Isles Tennis and Fitness Club. It's the place to be.
Henley leads 1-0 after 1.5. We're now in the bottom of the second. Dylan Tobias, Aiden Hayes, and Owen Sheen to bat this half for the Hornets. They plated 1 last time through. It was a triple for Schweink, and he came around to score on an error. So just 1 unearned run against Murhoff to this point in the ballgame. But now he's got to get through the middle of the Henley order again, starting with Tobias, then Aiden Hayes, and then Owen Sheen. Jackson Murhoff produced a strikeout, a ground ball, and a flyout. Now, that ground ball was an error last half inning, got Douglas aboard at first. A line drive hit by Tyler Harper to the third baseman was quick enough to fire on to first to get Douglas on the back door. So, fortunate for Murhoff to get that double play as he starts Dylan Tobias out with ball one. The 1-0 is outside, 2-0. Softball this afternoon, Henley taking on Klamath Union just behind us as we are broadcasting the baseball affair. Henley won game 1 15-0. And they just wrapped up game 2 not too long ago. We'll get you the final score from the softball game in just a bit. But Henley, after that win earlier today, took the season series. Last I checked, they were leading 10-0 after the first in that softball game, which again is over now. So obviously don't want to finish and assume anything, but Henley looking like they may have completed a series sweep over Klamath Union. The 2-2 is rocketed into left field. Going back and making the catch is Dawson in left. He goes all the way back to the warning track, ends up on his knees, and makes the snag for out number 1. That'll bring up Aiden Hayes. Hayes starting at short this afternoon for Henley. Last game, he tripled and singled. This time laying down a bunt right in front of the mound. Murhoff fires on to first. It is not in time. The speedy Aiden Hayes getting on base with a bunt single. That brings up Owen Sheen. Sheen batting with a runner on first. Last game for Owen. 3 base hits, one of them being a triple. He also grounded out to first in that last game. Sheen had 1 RBI. The pitch from Murhoff lifted. It is going to be foul down the third base line. Will it stay in play? No. Just going to end up into the KU bullpen. Start the count to Owen Sheen. 0-1. Sheen was an all-conference basketball player, first team all-conference. Joined on that team by his teammate Blaine Boersma. No Klamath Union players made first team all-conference boys basketball this year. The throw over to first to try to get Hayes, but he's back safely. Of course, that boys basketball team for Henley, an undefeated Skyline Conference regular season, and an unceremonious exit in the first round against Staten at home. But now, with baseball ready to go, Henley is ranked 5th in the state coming into today's matchup. Sheen calls time. Murhoff steps off. Count to him 0-1. Henley baseball winning 7, or I should say 12 of their games in league play last year. They were swept by Hidden Valley, but a win streak that started for Hidden Valley as that pitch is low. Hayes takes off for second and gets in there safely, so now he's on second base. A ball and a strike to Sheen. And a runner in scoring position for Owen with just 1 out in the bottom of the second, a game that Henley leads 1-0. Henley snapped Hidden Valley's 28-game winning streak here last week. Weren't able to establish their own as this pitch misses low in the dirt. Daly kept it in front of him, but Hayes is going to advance to third. And the count 2-1 to Owen Sheen. The infield not playing in on the dirt. They're playing to allow this runner, Hayes, at third to score. The pitch, a ground ball to second, up with it, on to first in time. Joyner with the stretch, they get him, but Aiden Hayes does come around to score to make it a 2-0 ball game. Owen Sheen with the RBI. Base is empty, 2 outs, and up comes Matt Carpenter. Carpenter, last game, was 1 for 4. Reached on a fielder's choice and on an error. He did single in that game and also flew out. Carpenter started the last game on the mound for Henley, pitched 3 innings, only threw 31 pitches in 3 innings. Struck out 2, had a pretty good go at things, did Carpenter. See what he's capable here now with the bases empty and 2 outs. His team is up 2-0 over the crosstown rival KLAMATH Union. The pitch from Murhoff, an off-speed pitch that is down into left field for a base hit. Carpenter is headed for second, and he will get in there standing. A 2-out double for Mark Carpenter. And that will bring up Peyton Price, the 9th hitter in the Henley order. And he hits now with 2 outs and a runner on second. Murhoff comes set. Kicks and delivers a breaking ball that's in there for strike 1. Might have started a little bit inside, but broke back over the plate for strike 1. Count to Peyton Price. On deck is Blaine Boersma, back to the top of the order for Henley. After this batter misses high for ball 1. 1-1 now the count to Price. Starting in right field today for the Hornets. Murhoff deciding the pitch. Checks his runner at second, kicks and delivers a ground ball went foul. Count 1-2. I apologize there. 1 of 2 generators down this afternoon, so we're on to our second one now. 1-2 the count to Price. An off-speed pitch hit down the third base line and snagged by Coach Adam Randall. Still 1-2 to Price with 2 outs and a runner on second. Fine day for baseball today. Blue skies in the basin, not too many clouds around us at Rosser Field. The pitch lifted, out of play, foul. And so we'll do it again, 1-2. Started today about 45 degrees. We should be pretty close to 60 by the end of today's game, about 56 degrees right now in the South Basin. It's a lot better weather than we had been having earlier in the week. A lot of rain. There was some hail on Wednesday. It was a very odd week when you look at the weather. Hail on Thursday as well. The 1-2 is going to be lifted into center field. Hernandez coming on strong and making the catch to end the inning. The Hornets score 1 on 2 base hits. They leave 1 stranded. They lead 2-0 over the KLAMATH Union Pelicans, heading out to the top of the third on 104.3 Sports with video on mybasin.com.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Just about ready to go in the top of the third inning. Henley leads Klamath Union 2-0. Carson Joyner, Jackson Joyner, and Brandon Jones due up for Klamath Union this inning. That is 8, 9, and 1 in the Pelican order. And it looks like the left-handed hitting Carson Joyner about ready to step in. Klamath Union coached by Michael Overstreet in his second season. Adam Randall in his third season. Showing bunt was Joyner. And the question is, did he pull back in time? I don't think he did. 0-1 the count to Joyner. Schweink getting ready to deliver again as Joyner steps back in. Misses away. 1-1. Carson Joyner started last game on the bench, came off the bench to replace Jackson Murhoff at first base. The 1-1 misses high, 2-1. Murhoff then spent the next couple of innings on the bench for KU, was still in the batting order, but came off presumably to get ready for today's pitching outing as Hunter Schweink with a fastball low and away evens the count at 2-2 to Joyner. And Murhoff has done a fine job on the mound for KU to this point. Locked in a duel with Hunter Schweink, who delivers the 2-2 inside, runs the count full, 3-2 to Carson Joyner. And Schweink didn't take long for his jersey to get untucked again. The pitch is going to miss. Low, bounces to the plate. And a walk to Carson Joyner. Brings up Jackson Joyner. Jackson 0 for 1 in game 1 today. A game, again, which Henley won 22-1. Won game 1 of this series back on Wednesday, 13-0. Hunter Schweink comes set, now pitching from the stretch. Showing bunt was Jackson Joyner. Carson didn't know which way to go. He tries to get back to first, and he is out on the base paths. One away. And that was a bit of an awkward situation. It looked like there might have been hit and run there on, but Jackson Joyner missed the bunt, and Carson was on the move, and they cut him down between base paths. Now a pop-up to short, calling everyone off, and making the catch was Aiden Hayes, and now 2 away in the top of the third. That'll bring up the top of the order, Brandon Jones. Jones 0 for 1 today. He struck out to start this afternoon's game. First pitch to him from Schweink, a breaking ball that's high. 1-0. Schweink delivers and fires in a fastball that Jones was just a bit late on. He did make contact for a foul ball that fouled back into the brick backstop here at Rosser Field and bounced about halfway back to the pitcher's mound that hit that brick backstop so hard. Almost an advantage, I think, if you're a catcher. Definitely an advantage if there's a pass ball or a wild pitch. You can rely on that thing to bounce it back to you. A swing and a miss on a breaking ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Jones. And Schweink ready to deliver. That one bounced to the plate. Now 2-2. Schweink with a breaking ball, and that gets him. Breaking ball looking, down goes Joyner on strikes for the second time today, and the Pelicans still trail the Hornets 2-0 heading to the bottom half of the third on 104.3 and 90 Sports with video on mybasin.com.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Getting ready for the bottom half of the third for the Hornets this inning. Top of the order, Blaine Boersma, Hunter Schweink, and Matt Douglas. They lead 2-0. Before we jump back into this game, worth mentioning that the Henley Hornets softball team securing the season sweep of Klamath Union earlier today. Won a doubleheader. Game 1, 15-0. Game 2, the Hornets won 21-0. So they have beat Klamath Union twice today, and now, after the baseball team won earlier today 22-1, they look to hold on to this lead that they've built themselves through the first two. And a fine opportunity to build upon this lead this inning, again with the top of the order due up against Jackson Murhoff. Just one of these two runs against Jackson are earned. And so now he has to go through the top again. Blaine Boersma 0 for 1 in this game. He struck out back in the first. Murhoff steps off before we get ready to go. Toes the rubber once more, and we're ready for baseball today from Rosser Field. The pitch swung on and missed for strike one. A lot of the folks that were out here had some kids behind us earlier doing their own little scrimmage, I guess. They've packed it in, as I guess their game is over. Strike two is fired in to Boersma. I thought I saw them running around behind home plate a little while ago, is where most of the folks are. People migrating over from the softball complex as that game finished up a while ago. Got a decent turnout this Saturday afternoon at Henley. The 0-2 is a ground ball out to third. Glidden throw on to first is a one-hopper, and they got him. A one-hop throw. It's picked by Joyner. And we're going to have a conversation here as Coach Adam Randall comes out. And this looked close. The first base umpire, Darren Rutledge, trying to explain what he saw. It sounds like he said he heard the catch before the base. So yeah, they're trying to argue that he was past the bag. Either way, it was a called out. Boersma. So now Hunter Schweink is ready to go. Put that one 5-3 in the books, and Schweink, who tripled, came around to score last time. Yeah. Schweink tripled his last time through, 1 for 1. Came around to score, and we'll see if he can get the rally started after Boersma was thrown out. And he steps off, does Murhoff. I think maybe Schweink called time too, so he's trying to settle in, the pitcher, trying to help himself out a little bit. And the pitch for Murhoff, a breaking ball, is going to end up behind Schweink. And 1-0. Matt Douglas up next for the Hornets as they lead 2-0. A line drive down the third base line is going to end up foul. 1-1. Schweink stepping back in. He missed this last year of basketball season, but started to get ready for baseball a little bit before the rest of his team did, as that one missed 2-1. Rolled his ankle, I think it was late December, early January. He's been working to get back, was cleared to play the last couple of games of basketball season, but wasn't ready to go, wasn't quite in game shape as he watches that one miss there. Now 3-1. Hunter decided, you know what, he can keep working out, he can get into shape for baseball, and that's what he decided to do. And he finds himself here ahead in the count, 3-1, takes a cut at that one. Now the count 3-2. Murhoff, again, not pitching from the windup, something you don't see too much of, although if he's got a rhythm, seems to be sticking to it. The full count pitch lifted into center field. Hernandez going back, battling the sun, and putting that one away for the second out this inning. And that brings up Matt Douglas. Douglas reached on an error, was left stranded last time, but that error did knock in Hunter Schweink at the time, so credit Douglas with an RBI today. And he gets plunked on the first pitch. He's aboard at first to bring up Tyler Harper. Harper flew out, well, it was more of a line drive to third and turned into a double play last time for Harper. He got this arm sleeve, I guess, raced out to him that has the signs on there for him. That's what they like to do. The Henley coach likes to yell out the numbers rather than do the traditional hand signals that had been done for so long. I'm not sure if I have a preference one way or another. I always learned the hand signals from the third base coach, but the numbers seem to work better. They seem to have less mistakes or miscommunications between the coach and the base runner, as it was a ball, the first pitch to Harper, and he steps back in. Murhoff checks the runner at first, comes set, kicks, and delivers a pitch that was fouled down the third base line. 1-1. Certainly not the same as what they've introduced in the major leagues with the electronic pitch calling wrist brace things. I'm not quite sure what the technical name is. But those have been quite interesting too, where the catcher is able to kind of punch in what pitch he wants the pitcher to throw, and it communicates with a defensive player too. I found that interesting. The pitch is going to be hit into center field. Hernandez comes on strong and makes the catch to end the inning. Hornets don't amount anything in this inning. They still lead 2-0 over the Klamath Union Pelicans as we head to the top half of inning number 4 on 104.3 and 960 Sports with video on mybasin.com.
On Top Tree Services have one of the highest buckets in town. No job too small, no tree too tall. Operating since 2017, this crew's ready for your land clearing, tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and fire prevention. On Top Tree Services offers same-day estimates. I can't mention this enough. If a tree falls on your house or vehicle, they offer a 24/7 emergency tree or limb removal. Give them a call today at 541-882-8707. On Top Tree Services, fast, easy, and reliable. CCB 216014.
We're back on 104.3 and 960 Sports with video on mybasin.com. It is 2-3-4 in the Klamath Union order. Due up, that's Braden Dawson, Yuli Hernandez, and Noah Daly as they try to get something started against Hunter Schweink and the Hornets. Right now, Henley leads 2-0 in Game 2 of a doubleheader this afternoon. Henley has already taken the season series against KU. now look to break out the brooms this afternoon at home. And before they host North Valley next week. It'll be a home game on Wednesday for the Hornets, and then a trip to the All Sports Park in Grants Pass to play the North Valley Knights on Saturday. First pitch on its way to Dawson was fouled off. It'll be out of play behind the backstop, 0-1. Not quite sure what the velocity on Hunter Schwenk's fastball is, but it's got some definite zip to it. You can tell by the way it hits the catcher, Tyler Harper's glove. He's also quite tall, so he reaches the plate a little bit farther, but he can break off that breaking pitch like anyone else, too. That's a beautiful curveball in there for strike 2 to Dawson. Schweink ready to deliver again. This fastball will miss in the dirt. And when he does miss, he, for the most part this afternoon, has missed low in the zone. And if you're a pitcher, that's what you want to do. You don't want to leave anything too high for a hitter to get a hold of. Miss low and miss where they can't hit it. That one was a line drive into right field, a leadoff single for Braden Dawson. Dawson 2 for 2 today now with a triple back in the first and now a single in the fourth. Dawson was 0 for 2 in game 1, but has answered the call here in game 2. A couple of base hits. Yuli Hernandez steps in now as Hunter Schweink comes set, throw over to first. And Dawson dives back safely. He didn't have that big of a lead to start, so as he dove, the bag came about to his chest already. He's only a couple of steps off the base. Dancing around out there, Schweink comes set, delivers home. Hernandez reaching for that one and fouls it back. 0-1. Douglas, the first baseman for Henley, going out to the mound to have some kind of conversation with Schweink. And the pitch, a throw over to first. He's safe. Douglas tried to apply the tag on him. I think they might have worked something out before Schweink comes set, or whatever the case might be. Schweink now comes set. Another step off the base by Dawson. Schweink delivers in a pitch that... Did that miss? No, that was in the zone. 0-2. No real signal from the home plate umpire there, but 0-2 the count to Hernandez. Schweink throws over to first once more. Really worried about Dawson at first. He's got wheels. Again, he hit a triple earlier, and you don't get to third base without any wheels. Trust me. I wasn't that fast of a kid when I played baseball. I could put one to the fence and get to second base sliding. So has some wheels over there at first as Dawson. A base hit in the left field for Hernandez, and everyone moves up a station. A couple of singles to get things started in the fourth for Klamath Union. As Dawson to second, Hernandez now at first. Noah Daly, the cleanup hitter, a chance to try and put one on the board for Klamath Union in the fourth. Chase Kinnett is on deck. Daly so far 0 for 1 today. Hit a dribbler out to Schweink back in the first inning. And Hunter steps off. Hernandez, couple steps off of first. No one covering him. So Douglas plays the infield grass. A breaking pitch. Ooh, just misses. 1-0. That one looked close. But Schweink behind in the count. 1-0. 2 runners on base. At second, it's Dawson. Hernandez at first. Schweink checks the runner at second. Delivers the pitch home. Misses outside. 2-0. Earlier today, the Hornets recorded their biggest win of the season, a 22-1 final. And now only leading 2-0 over KU. The pitch to to Daly is going to miss. 3-0 to Daly. See if Schweink can find his way out of this jam that he's got himself in with a couple of singles to start the inning for KU. That pitch will find the outside part of the plate. Trying to battle back is Schweink. He doesn't go down easy. Got a lot of heart to these Henley kids. And again, took him 3 batters this time, but Schwenk's jersey is untucked once more. That pitch fouled off. Now a full count, 3-2. Schweink battles back from down 3-0. Get a couple of strikes across, and now has an opportunity to try to set down Daly with nobody out in the inning. Has to take time to tuck his shirt back in. He throws so hard that it just happens for him. You watch his delivery as he comes set, a long stride too, and fierce on the follow through as he misses low there for a walk to load the bases with nobody out. And with that, Coach Randall is going to come out and have a conversation on the mound. Worth mentioning that today's game is brought to you in part by Les Schwab Tires. Having the right set of tires and wheels on your vehicle is just part of an essential safety checklist. That's why Les Schwab Tires does more than install just tires and wheels. Come on in for a free pre-trip safety check. They're going to help make sure that everything is in working order at Les Schwab Tires. They've got 3 locations in the basin, 2 in Klamath Falls on South 6th and on Washburn Way, and 1 out in Merrill. Les Schwab Tires has been doing the right thing since 1952. Dawson to third, Hernandez to second, Daly on first, Chase Connett at the plate. He's got a chance to do some real damage with nobody out in the top of the fourth. Schweink misses low with that one. 1-0. Corners for Klamath Union playing in to try to cut down the lead runner. Infield playing for the double play possibility. Schweink comes set with the 1-0 pitch. That one's going to find the zone for strike 1, 1-1. Today for Connett, a strikeout in the second. Schweink with 5 strikeouts today as he misses with that one, 2-1. The pitch from Schweink, that one will find the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And a foul ball on the 2-2 pitch. So we'll do it again, 2-2. And swing and a miss for strike 3. Schweink gets the first, and that is a big one here. Still bases loaded, but now 1 out. So the double play is a possibility. Murhoff grounded into a double play last game. He struck out in this game. And we'll see what he can do now. The pitch swung on and fouled. Strike 1. Can hear the train. Don't usually hear the train out here too much at Henley High School, but you can hear it now just a little bit. Schweink delivers. Swung on and missed in the dirt for strike 2. Schweink battling back here in this inning. He's done an incredible job of showing heart out there and doing the job as he loaded the bases, struck out 1 batter, and now is in control of Murhoff. The 0-2 swung on and missed, and he gets Murhoff, and now just 1 out away from getting out of this inning entirely. Ryan Glidden up to bat. He struck out in his only at-bat this afternoon. 0 for 1 today. Schweink comes set. delivers, swung on and missed. Strike one. And everyone takes their lead off. Dawson at third, Hernandez at second, Daly at first. The pitch from Schweink goes to the backstop, hits that brick, and now a play at the plate, and Harper can't corral that one off the brick. A run scores on a wild pitch. 2-1 the score after Dawson breaks for the plate on the wild pitch. Hernandez to third, Daly to second. And I was just talking about that brick backstop a minute ago, and I thought that it might come in and help Harper, but it took a bounce to his left, and he couldn't corral it. 1-1, swung on and missed. 1-2 now. And now Schweink might be able to get out of this inning with just allowing the one run to come across. Schweink comes set with the 1-2 pitch. It is looked at for strike three, and Schweink leaves two stranded after loading the bases to start the inning. Only one run comes across against the Hornets. It is now a 2-1 ball game, heading to the bottom of the fourth on 104.360 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
We're back on 104.3 960 Sports, HD video on MyBasin.com. To the bottom of the fourth inning we go. Dylan Tobias, Aiden Hayes, and Owen Sheen due up for the Hornets this inning as they try to answer back the one run that Klamath Union scored in the top half. And the score 2-1. Murhoff on the bump for Klamath Union has done a stellar job to this point in the ball game against Henley through 3 innings. 2 runs on 3 hits for the Hornets. They've left 2 runners on base. Stark difference to game 1 of a doubleheader earlier this afternoon, which Henley won 22-1. Now only leading 2-1. Dylan Tobias 0 for 1 today, steps in. First pitch is popped up in the infield. Shortstop Jones looks for it, and that one is off of his glove and gets down. A routine fly ball having a battle. The sun was Jones, and that one gets down. Tobias reaching on the error. And that will bring up Aiden Hayes. Worth mentioning at this point that one of the 2 runs against Jackson Murhoff this afternoon is unearned. And by my count earlier today, a bunt laid down by Hayes. The throw on to first is in time. Moving up to second was Tobias, and Hayes out on the fielder's choice. Seven unearned runs against Klamath Union in that 22-1 win for Henley, and already 1 unearned run scored against Murhoff today. If Tobias comes around, that run would also be unearned as Owen Sheen steps in now. He's 0 for 1 today. Does have that RBI back in the second. He bats now with a runner on second and just 1 away. Murhoff comes set and delivers to the left-handed hitting Sheen. That one going to bounce to the plate. Aiden Hayes Dylan Tobias making a break for third, and he'll get in there standing. So now Owen Sheen with a real possibility to try to knock one home here in this inning. Again, 1 RBI already in this game. And last game for Sheen, an RBI as well, as Josh Overstreet, one of the coaches for Klamath Union, comes out and has a visit on the mound out there. Worth reminding you that this game is brought to you in part by Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Picking the right path can make the journey easier, the distance shorter, and can assure that you end up at the right place. Whether you're dreaming of owning a home or you just want a great checking account, Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union can help you reach your goals. Coach Josh Overstreet out there working in his second season with the Pelicans with head coach Michael Overstreet. So he heads back to the dugout and leaves Murhoff out there against Owen Sheen, who is ahead in the count 1-0 after the pass ball. Or it was more or less a wild pitch, I guess would be the correct call, as it bounced to the plate. So Sheen steps back in. Murhoff comes set, kicks and delivers. That pitch missed wide, 2-0. On deck after Sheen is Matt Carpenter, whenever he gets a shot this inning. Murhoff comes set, delivers to Sheen, who lines one into center field. That one's going to get down. Tobias will score. Sheen heads for second, and he will get in there standing. A 1-out RBI double for Owen Sheen puts the Hornets ahead 3-1. Still 1 out for Matt Carpenter. He has a runner in scoring position now. Carpenter doubled 1 for 1 in this game. Corners coming in for KU. Middle infield cheating a bit towards second base, although no double play in play, as Murhoff comes set. Delivers that pitch. It is a fly ball to center. Hernandez can't get to it. They're sending Sheen to score. The throw in, not in time, and Owen Sheen will score on an RBI single from Matt Carpenter, making the score 4-1 Hornets. Brings up Peyton Price. Price 0 for 1 today with a fly out in the second. The Hornets are starting to tack him on here in the bottom of the fourth, up now 4-1. Couple step lead for Carpenter. Throw over. It's a good throw, and he's safe. Carson Joyner, the first baseman for the Pelicans. The pitch home, swung on and missed from Price, 0-1. It's a breaking ball from Murhoff. Doesn't have a lot of velocity on his pitches, but he's tall and has kind of a low release point, so his stuff definitely can move out there as well in the long arms. He throws over to first, and safely back is Carpenter. With long arms for Murhoff, he stands about 6'5". Mentioned a couple times he's a basketball player too. And it's no surprise when you look at him playing center for the Pelicans during basketball season. Carpenter's got quite the lead off of first. They throw over again and back safely. Price is behind in the count, 0-1. Just 1 out in the inning. Already 2 runs across. They thought about backdooring him after that pitch missed wide. 1-1. 2 runs home already this inning for the Hornets off the bat of Owen Sheen and Matt Carpenter, who's out there at first. Coming set is Murhoff. A ground ball to short. Up with it is Jones. He steps on the bag himself. The throw to first takes Joyner off the bag and can't get the back end of a double play, but now 2 outs and a runner on first is Price. After he reaches on the fielder's choice, Carpenter out, trying to advance to second and back to the top of the Hornets order for Blaine Boersma. Murhoff steps off. Boersma today 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out against Murhoff this afternoon, a stark difference to what he did in Game 1. Just goes to show you that the game of baseball can be quite funny depending on your sense of humor, I guess. As Boersma in the first game reached every single time, had 2 singles, 2 triples, 4 RBI. Today 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. The 0-1, Murhoff checking his runner at first. It's now Price. The throw over is a bit high, so Price dives back safely. And with 2 outs in the inning, Murhoff can afford to go right after Blaine Boersma. As he comes set here with the 0-1 pitch, delivers, and a swing and a miss. Stealing second and upstanding is Price. But an 0-2 count to Boersma. Runner now at second with 2 outs in a 4-1 ball game that Henley leads. Changes things a little bit for Boersma, but I imagine not by too much with your approach with an 0-2 count, 2 outs. Yes, there is that runner on second, but just trying to find a way to get on base if you're Blaine Boersma. Murhoff comes set, watches that one miss outside, and Price swiped third standing up. I think he thought about sliding and then decided not to, so he came to a stop kind of awkwardly, but he is standing there 90 feet away from home. So back-to-back stolen bases for him. Murhoff coming set with the 1-2, delivers, swung on and fouled back. Boersma getting a piece of that one, trying to stay alive. Count will remain 1-2. Murhoff coming set, looking over at third for just a second. Delivers home, a breaking pitch, a line drive to third that is snagged by Glidden, and that will end the inning. The Hornets score 2 on 2 base hits in the inning. They leave 1 stranded. They lead 4-1 over the Pelicans. You've got Henley Baseball on 103 and 960 Sports with video on mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place and then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
We're back on 104.3 and 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com. The score 4-1, Henley leading Klamath Union. In the top of the 5th inning, due up for the Pels is Carson Joyner, Jackson Joyner, and Brandon Jones. That is 8-9-1 in the KU order up against Hunter Schweink. Schweink got himself into a little bit of trouble last inning. A couple of base hits and a walk loaded the bases. But only one of those runs came across to score against Schweink as he struck out the next 3 batters. And that one run, might I add, was on a wild pitch. So had Schweink had control of maybe just one more pitch that last inning, Klamath Union would still be scoreless. And he starts things out to Joyner with a strike, swing and a miss to Joyner, who walked his first time through. and was out on the base paths trying to steal and kind of got caught between first and second and was tagged out trying to retreat back to first. Now behind in the count 0-2 after a breaking pitch from Schweink. He delivers the 0-2, swung on and missed, and Hunter Schweink with another strikeout today. That is strikeout number 9 by my count. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's strikeout number 10 for Hunter Schweink today. He is absolutely dealing out there. This is a fly ball deep to left field, going over, and making the catch is Austin in left. Made that on the run with his back to the plate and putting that one away for out number 2. Schweink now has to battle Brandon Jones, who is 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts. Schweink delivers a breaking pitch. Jones way out in front there, and the scouting report against Jones has to be to throw the breaking pitch early in the count. That's what they've done the last 2 times against him. Another breaking pitch there, a dribbler down the third base line. Boersma up to it, fires onto first, goes over the head of Douglas, and now breaking for second is Jones. It goes out of play, so Jones will stay put at second. Brings up Braden Dawson. Dawson is 2 for 2 today, and now with a runner on second, maybe an opportunity for him to get back some of the runs that KU surrendered in that last half inning. Tripled in the first, was left stranded. Singled in the fourth, came around to score. He runs into that one, sends it into center field. Sheen going back, won't get to it. Jones will come around to score. Headed for second now is Dawson, and he gets in there standing. Braden Dawson coming up big for his Pelicans when it counts. An RBI double with 2 outs in the inning. Makes the score 4-2. In steps Yuli Hernandez. Hernandez 1 for 2 today. He singled in the fourth, struck out in the first. The first pitch to Hernandez, swung on and missed, rolling to the backstop. Breaking for third is Dawson, and he gets in there standing. But that was a strike to Hernandez. Runner at third, Dawson. Schweink comes set, delivers a breaking pitch, misses outside. Harper keeps that one in front of him behind the dish. Good work there. Can always respect the work of a good catcher, and Tyler Harper definitely falls into that category. Doesn't let too much get past him, and if he does, it's not necessarily his fault, as the pitch home is going to miss low. 2-1. Another example of a pitch that bounces to his glove, and he stays in front of it. 2-1 the count to Yuli Hernandez with 2 outs in the inning. Schweink comes set, delivers. That is a ground ball to short. Hayes is up with it. The throw on to first is in time. Out number 3, the Klamath Union Pelicans do score 1 on 1 hit in the inning. The score 4-2 as we head to the bottom of the 5th on 104.3 and 9.6 Sports and mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon, soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Bottom of the fifth inning we go in a 4-2 ball game. Hunter Schweink, Matt Douglas, Tyler Harper due up for the Hornets, and Jackson Murhoff still out there on the bump for Klamath Union. Four runs have come across, three of them earned against Jackson. No, sorry, two of them earned against Jackson. He's pitched a fine game this afternoon. Couple of strikeouts, hasn't walked anyone. He has hit one batter, but a couple of errors have allowed some runners to score on him, and he has pitched great against this Henley team. There's really no two ways about it. The big right-hander from Klamath Falls. See what he can do here against the 2, 3, 4 hitters in the Henley order. Hunter Schweink looking to help out his own cause. He's 1 for 2 today with a triple in the first. He flew out in the third. Takes a hack at the first pitch there. A ground ball to second. Canet is up with it. 4-3 on the putout and 1 out in the inning. Brings up Matt Douglas. Douglas has reached on an error. He was hit by a pitch his last time through. First pitch from Murhoff is a off-speed pitch that is fouled back. 0-1. Murhoff coming set again with the 0-1 pitch. That one will miss outside. A breaking ball again. This time it breaks out of the zone. Henley softball grabbing the season sweep of Klamath Union earlier today. That taking place just behind us with a 15-0 win today and a 21-0 win. Lifted into center field. Yuli Hernandez going back and makes the catch for the second out. Tyler Harper now to bat for Henley. Two quick outs for Murhoff in this inning. Again, now bringing up Tyler Harper, who's 0 for 2 today with a couple of flyouts. Murhoff coming set, kicks and delivers a pitch that was probably high and out of the zone, but Harper takes a hack at it anyway. Liked how that one looked. Don't blame him. When the fastballs come in about letter high, ooh, they look like a meatball. You want to send it to the moon, but doesn't always work out. The 0-1 home. Breaking pitch, fisted towards second base. Up with it is Canet, and throw on to first in time. 1, 2, 3 go the Hornets in the bottom half of the fifth. We head now to the sixth on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Henley leading 4-2.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor at CCB 188923.
Welcome back, 104.3, 960 Sports, HD video on MyBasin.com. Headed now to the top half of the sixth inning. Noah Daly, Chase Canet, and Jackson Murhoff due up for the Pelicans. Hunter Schweink still on the bump for the Hornets. He's pitched a stellar game thus far. 10 Ks for him through the first 5 innings. That is one heck of a performance for Hunter Schweink today. And stepping into the box now is Noah Daly. Daly reached on a walk, was left stranded at second in the fourth. He also grounded out in the first. Schweink missed with that pitch, 1-0. The 1-0 on its way, a breaking pitch that found the zone. Schweink has had good command today. Only 2 walks through 5 innings. And for high school athletes, that is a stellar job. The 1-1 from Schweink, a fastball that misses down and away, 2-1. But for 10 strikeouts, you definitely rack up the pitch count for Hunter. The 2-1. A ground ball. Aiden Hayes can't corral it. And that'll go in. We'll see how they score that one. Whether it ends up being an error or a base hit. It looks like it'll go in the books as an error. And they are taking the ball from Hunter Schweink, maybe? As Coach Adam Randall out there on the mound. We'll find out for sure here in just a second. Little things can add up to big bills when you're buying, selling, or owning a home. That's why Coldwell Banker, Home and Premier Realty's exclusive Beyond the Sale guarantees protect buyers, sellers, and homeowners from unexpected repair bills. To learn more, you can call Coldwell Banker, Home and Premier Realty today. And we will have a new pitcher. We'll take a break, and it looks like, well, we don't quite know who it's going to be. Could be Tyler Harper because there's no pitcher back there. We'll find out in a second. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in this 4-2 ball game on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
Meds. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
And welcome you back to 104.3 960 Sports as we've got a pitching change and some defensive changes for the Hornets for you. On the mound now is Tyler Harper. He comes in from behind the plate. Mark Carpenter takes his place behind the dish. Aiden Hayes from short moves to second. And Hunter Schweink, who was the pitcher, moving to short. So the defensive 9 for Henley is Mark Carpenter behind the plate, Blaine Boersma at third, Hunter Schweink at short, Aiden Hayes at second, and Matt Douglas at first. Austin in left, Sheen in center, and Price in right. As Tyler Harper throwing up his last few warm-up pitches. He will face, well, let's see. I believe it's going to be Chase Kinnett who he'll face here. So on first, it is Daly. Reached on an E6. So nobody out. And Tyler Harper will face Chase Kinnett as his first task. 2 strikeouts today for Chase. 0 for 2. His team trails 4-2 in the top half of inning number 6. Harper having to pitch from the stretch. Showing bunt is Chase Kinnett. He pulls back. They try to backdoor at first and back safely. is Daly. And that pitch missed low in the dirt for ball 1, so it's a 1-0 count to Connect. Harper coming in relief of Hunter Schweink, who had a fine day, pitched 5 innings. Gave up 2 runs. And let's see here. It looks like one of them earned. Gave up 5 hits today. Didn't walk anyone. And sorry, walked 1 and struck out 10 for Hunter Schweink today. Now Harper getting ready to deliver the 1-0 pitch to Connect. It is going to miss low, 2-0. Again, Harper came in as the catcher, started game 1 and 2 behind the dish. Mark Carpenter, who started game 1 as the pitcher, is now the catcher. Harper delivers that pitch high and tight, but in the zone for strike 1. 2-1. The count now to Chase Connect. Harper, when he comes set, throws over to first. Harper's got an interesting rhythm. First time I've seen him throw this season, kind of almost comes set twice, like you would imagine someone like Clayton Kershaw used to do at the big high point of coming set, and then he comes back down. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch home is going to miss wide, 3-1. Taking a lead off first is Daly. Takes one more step. Harper set, kicks, and delivers. That pitch will miss low. So now nobody out and 2 aboard for Klamath Union. This brings up Jackson Murhoff. As Harper walks the first batter he faces. Murhoff has struck out twice today. But he's got 2 ducks in the pond. He is the starting pitcher today for KU, so a chance to put one in the gap and maybe, just maybe, tie this game for the Pelicans. Harper comes set, looks back at second. The pitch, Murhoff watches that one cross the plate but low, 1-0. On deck is Ryan Glidden. He has also struck out twice today. Murhoff in the first game grounded into a double play in his only plate appearance. The second pitch from Harper will miss low. 2-0 to Murhoff. Harper having a little trouble finding the zone coming out of the pin today for Henley. And delivers the 2-0 pitch. That one will find the zone. A fastball on the outside part of the plate. 2-1. Murhoff doesn't have the most speed coming out of the right-handed batter's box. He wanted to hit a ground ball here. That's why the middle infield is playing for the double play. The corners just on the grass. The pitch on the way from Harper is going to miss, skip into the glove of Carpenter. Now it's 3-1. Carpenter behind the dish now. A lot of good things to say about Harper, who's now pitching, but the freshman Carpenter, haven't seen him too much behind the dish too much this year, so see him get some work in too, which is always nice. That pitch finds the zone. Now a full count, 3-2. The count to Murhoff. Big pitch coming up here with Ryan Glidden on deck. Harper Misses in the dirt and loads the bases with nobody out. Back-to-back walks coming in relief of Hunter Schweink, who only walked one all afternoon. Has already doubled that total through the first two batters he's faced as Kennett moves to second, Daly to third, Murhoff now at first. And in steps Ryan Glidden with a chance with the tying run in scoring position to change the complexion of this ball game with nobody out. Runner at third. Noah Daly reached on an error. Would be the responsibility of Hunter Schweink, although an unearned run at that. Harper now pitching from the windup. Comes in, and that will hit Ryan Glidden. It's a one-run ball game. 4-3. As Daly comes in to score, Kennett to third, Murhoff to second, Glidden now on first after being hit, brings up Carson Joyner, who has walked and struck out so far. From the windup, Harper getting ready to deliver. The pitch finds the inside part of the zone for strike one. Harper misses there, goes back to the backstop. Carpenter gathers, and we have a tie ball game. After Kennett has come in to score, Murhoff to third, Glidden to second, and we are tied at 4 in the top half of the sixth. 2 runs have come across for the Pelicans this inning. And Carson Joyner faces a 1-1 count. He's 0 for 1 today with a walk and a strikeout. The pitch from Harper is going to be back to the backstop, and Klamath Union takes the lead as Jackson Murhoff comes in to score. The Pelicans lead for the first time today, 5-4 on another wild pitch from Tyler Harper. Glidden now to third, and a 1-2 count to Carson Joyner, who showed bunt on that wild pitch. That one will be fouled off. Still 1-2. An error, 2 walks, and a hit batsman has netted the Pelicans 2 runs this inning. Not a single base hit, and 2 runs have come across. The pitch from Harper. That one low. Carpenter stays in front of it. 2-2. Still nobody out in the inning for Klamath Union. They have put together a good inning. They've been patient at the plate, and they put the ball in play earlier in the inning. The pitch from Harper is going to be popped foul. We'll stay at 2-2. Runner at third is Glidden. He was hit by a pitch on deck is Jackson Joyner. Harper comes set again. Delivers, swung on and missed. 1 out in the inning on an important strikeout from Tyler Harper. Maybe try to get some of that confidence back as he gets set to face Jackson Joyner, who is 0 for 2 today. Couple of flyouts. Harper records his first out with the runner on third still. His team now trailing 5-4 as KU has pushed 3 across this inning. And showing bunt was Joyner. Good for strike one. They almost got Glidden on the back door down to third, but he gets back safely. Harper trying to find a way out of this inning. Limit the damage. Give his team a chance in the bottom half of this inning to either tie or take the lead. Harper coming set. The 0-1 on its way, showing bunt. It's a foul ball. So now the question is, do you keep showing bunt with 2 strikes? Important decision for Coach Michael Overstreet to make. Try to give his team a 2-run lead going into the bottom of the 6th. Joyner is 0 for 2 today. Could see him show bunt once more as Harper comes set. The pitch is going to come in and hit his jersey. And Coach Randall is coming out, and I think they're going to take Harper out of the game. Pitch is a third of an inning, and we'll have someone new coming up on the MyBasin.com Game of the Week on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Going to step aside and come back. We'll get all the defensive changes for you coming right now. Klamath Union leads the Hornets 5-4.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
We're back on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD Video on MyBasin.com. We've got a pitching change for the Hornets. Tyler Harper taking a seat back on the bench, probably just to put on his catcher's gear again as he'll come back out. Tyler Harper pitched a third of an innings. He walked 4 batters. No base hits against him. He did strike out 1. 2 runs came across on him, both of them earned. And now we'll see Mark Carpenter throwing again for the Hornets. You might have remembered that he started Game 1 today, only threw 31 pitches. So he was able to come back out here in 31 pitches. Mark Carpenter in the first game pitched 3 innings, no runs, 1 hit, no walks, and he struck out 2. Just trying to get him in and throw strikes, which Tyler Harper had trouble with in this 6th inning. Came in relief of Hunter Schweink with a runner on first and nobody out. Proceeded to walk 2 batters, hit 1, strike out 1, and hit 1 more. As 3 runs have come across this inning for Klamath Union. Now it's a chance for Carpenter to try to limit the damage. The freshman coming in an important spot. And we'll see what he can do against the top of the Klamath Union order. It's Brandon Jones, Braden Dawson, and Yuli Hernandez. That's 1, 2, 3 in the Pelican order, due up still. And so, big time moment for the freshman to come through. We'll see if he's able to do it. Again, there is just 1 out. And runners at the corners. Carpenter trying to get out of this inning without allowing anyone else to get on board. At third, it's Glidden. At first, it's Joyner. And I believe we're about ready to get going again here. Jones is 0 for 3 today. A couple of strikeouts. He also reached on an error last inning. As Carpenter Checks first. Throw over. Back safely is Joyner. And we've also got another right-hander warming up in the Henley bullpen. I believe it's Dylan Tobias. Pitch is a breaking ball in there for strike one against Brandon Jones. Carpenter checks the runner at first. Delivers a pitch to Jones. That is going to miss inside. 1-1. See if there's anything happening on the base paths here with a 1-1 count and runners at the corners. The pitch from Carpenter, a fastball that misses. 2-1. Carpenter having a dig here. The freshman making an appearance in a big game here. Henley's ranked 5th in the state. Klamath Union in the high 30s. The 4A classification. Well, I guess low 30s considering there's only 32 teams. And ground ball to short. Schweink tosses to second, and Hayes can't glove it. A run comes in to score. It's now 6-4. Runners at first and second as put that one in the books as an E4 and an RBI for Brandon Jones. Klamath Union now leads 6-4. Braden Dawson up to bat now. Carpenter kicks and delivers. That one is a line drive in center field. Owen Sheen comes on and makes the catch for the second out. And that brings up Yuli Hernandez. Hernandez, 1 for 3 today. Strikeout, a ground out, and a single. 4 runs across this inning for Klamath Union. That equals the total for Henley this game. Carpenter delivers a pop-up. That'll stay in the infield. Boersma calls everyone off and makes the catch. The Klamath Union Pelicans score 4 in the inning without a single base hit. And we go to the top half, or the bottom half of the 6th, with Klamath Union leading 6-4 on 104.3 and 960 Sports, with a video on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Getting ready for the bottom half of the 6th on 104.3 and 960 Sports. The Klamath Union Pelicans leading the Henley Hornets 6-4 after plating 4 in that last half inning. Now Jackson Murhoff working with a lead for the first time this afternoon. He's pitched a stellar ball game today. Again, 4 runs given up, only 2 of them earned against him. He's only walked, 1 batter today. He has done a fine job on the mound, and now a chance to get through the last couple of innings for him. We'll see if he can do that or if Henley has something to say in the bottom half of the 6th. They trail by 2. It'll be Dylan Tobias, Aiden Hayes, and Owen Sheen to try to get the party started for the Hornets. So far today, Dylan Tobias is 0 for 2 with a fly out, and he reached on an error earlier this game. Reached on an error back in the 4th and was left stranded. Murhoff delivering the pitch, a ground ball to short. Up with it is Jones. The throw on to first takes Joyner off the bag. And Tobias aboard on an error for the second time today. Runner on first, nobody out for Aiden Hayes. Hayes 1 for 2 today, a single in the second, fielder's choice in the fourth inning. Murhoff, again, doesn't pitch from the windup. He's pitched from the stretch all afternoon. And so working with the same rhythm, he throws over to first, and Tobias is back safely. Henley has a 13-game winning streak going against Klamath Union, in danger of losing grasp of that winning streak today. The last win for the Pelicans came in 2017. The pitch misses high. 1-0 the count to Hayes. By the way, worth mentioning, the Klamath Union Band and Orchestra making the state tournament. That was announced a couple of weeks ago. Or the state championship, rather, not necessarily the tournament. And it'll be taking place May 11th through the 14th at Oregon State University. And while we talk about other things going on for these schools besides about what's happening on the baseball diamond, worth mentioning that on May 21st, the Henley football team has got a golf benefit going on to, benefit the football team out at Shieldcrest Golf Course. Still looking for golfers out on that one, so information is on our website on mybasin.com. The 1-1 pitch will not be thrown. In fact, it'll be a check throw over to first to make sure that Aiden Hayes, or rather that Dylan Tobias, isn't going anywhere. By the way, Tobias was warming up in the Henley bullpen that last half inning. We'll see if we have to see him in the seventh, as Hayes sends that one into right field. That is over the head of Joyner. Tobias now rounding second, headed for third. He will get in there standing, and the tying run now in scoring position for the Hornets. And we'll see how they score that one, whether it'll go in the books as an error or a base hit, because of how Joyner played that one. I would imagine it'll be scored a base hit and a double to move Tobias to third, Hayes to second, still with nobody out for Owen Sheen, who has 2 RBI today. It's been a while since this Henley team has been on offense, and they're sure itching to swing the bat. It's a couple of balls put in play. Klamath Union couldn't quite say the same last inning, but Henley is making things happen. Putting the ball in play. They've already created an error this inning and a double, and now it's up to Owen Sheen, who has put the ball in play twice, 1 for 2. See what he can do. It is looked at for ball 1. Tying run at second, go-ahead run at the plate. Murhoff delivers a big swing and a miss from Owen Sheen. Sheen, the only left-handed batter in the starting lineup for the Hornets. As Murhoff kicks and delivers a breaking ball. Sheen runs into that one, sends it into center field. That one will be caught by the left fielder Dawson, but both runners tagging. In fact, Hayes stays at second, but Tobias does come in to score. And now 1 out in the inning. Runner on second. It is a 6-5 ball game. Henley still trails, and Mark Carpenter stepping in. Carpenter's 2 for 2 today, a double in the second, a single in the fourth, and an RBI. Carpenter looking to knock in that tying run out there at second. The pitch to Carpenter. Taking off for third is Hayes, and he is in there safely. Now, the tying run just 90 feet away with 1 out in the inning and a 1-0 count to Mark Carpenter. Jackson Murhoff towing the rubber once more, finds himself in a jam. A breaking pitch lined in the left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Hayes is going to come around to score. Headed for second is Carpenter. He's going to go to third. No, he's going to stay put at second base. He thought he might go to third, but he ties the game on an RBI double. We are tied at 6 with 1 out. And Peyton Price stepping to the plate. Price today, 0 for 2, reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th inning and flew out in the 2nd. But a prime opportunity to try to give his team the lead. With 1 out, a runner on second in a tie ball game, we are knotted at 6. This Hornets team might have had a tough last half inning, but they won't let that affect them for too long. Murhoff comes set with the 0-1 pitch, steps off the throw to third to try to get him, and Carpenter slides under the tag. He's safe in there at third. Murhoff stepped off, Carpenter broke for third and was in there safely. And now time is called as Josh Overstreet comes out, as Klamath Union has witnessed their lead evaporate. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, the go-ahead run stands at third, and Peyton Price is behind in the count, 0-1. Top of the order due up next, if we get to that point, which I'm sure we will. Blaine Boersma due up, then Hunter Schweink and Matt Douglas as the Hornets trying to climb their way back into this game. Well, if you're looking for work, John Bowers Construction is looking for a lead carpenter who has construction experience, a problem solver, as well as a bookkeeper, and experience is a plus for that one, but they'll take the right person, and a salesperson who can work with customers and help a little bit with marketing. If you need John Bowers Construction, they're also ready to take your spring cleaning call to weed those garden beds and all that stuff. Call 541-205-1464 to reach John Bowers Construction and Landscaping. Well, it's an 0-1 count to Peyton Price. Go ahead run on third. And Mark Carpenter, he breaks for the plate, and a suicide squeeze is going to go foul. 0-2. That made things interesting at the plate, and a suicide squeeze attempt. Thank goodness it went foul, as Carpenter was breaking for the plate there. He tried to take the lead. Murhoff comes set, delivers to Price. A breaking pitch. That's lifted into left field. They're going to have Carpenter tagging from third. The catch is made. Carpenter's breaking for the plate. The throw is not in time. The Hornets take a 7-6 lead in the bottom of the 6th inning. Sacrifice fly for Peyton Price. The kid does his job, and the Hornets now lead 7-6. 2 outs in the inning as Blaine Boersma steps to the plate. 3 runs across for the Hornets. Murhoff misses inside to Boersma there, 1-0. After Boersma, it is Schweink. Boersma takes a cut at that one, fouls it back. A ball and a strike now. So far today for Boersma, 0 for 3 in this game after 4 for 4 in game 1 of a doubleheader today. A strikeout, a groundout, and a flyout to this point in the game for Boersma. The count is 1-1 to him now. Murhoff delivers that one, and it will miss wide now, 2-1. Murhoff ready to go. A pitch is popped up. It'll be foul and likely out of play. Got to make a play on that one, Jesse. It came pretty close to us over there. All right, it'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Boersma. It came within about 5 inches of the Henley Athletic Director, Jesse Hamilton, sitting behind us. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Boersma. The pitch from Murhoff in the dirt runs the count full 3-2. Still a full count to Boersma, but the Hornets have already done what they needed to this inning. A swing and a miss gets Boersma, but not before the Hornets score 3 in the inning on 2 base hits. They take a 7-6 lead, headed to the top of the 7th on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor. It's CCB 188923.
We're back on 104.3 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. The Henley Hornets answered the call in the bottom half of the 6th and now enter the top of the 7th with the 7-6 lead. Mark Carpenter still on the mound looking to slam the door on the Pelicans and secure a season sweep of Klamath Union. It was a 13-0 win on Wednesday. 22-1 win earlier today, and now they're leading 7-6, but still 3 outs to go. It's going to be Noah Daly, Chase Kinnett, and Jackson Murhoff, the 4, 5, 6 hitters in the Klamath Union order, due up in this half inning. The first pitch to Daly is a ground ball to third. Boersma up with it. The throw in time for out number 1. Hornets now just 2 outs away from closing out Klamath Union. Chase Kinnett, who is 0 for 2 today, has struck out twice and walked once, steps in. Henley outfield shading in just a bit. The infield playing back. Carpenter delivers. Strike 1. Pitch from Carpenter that time, missing low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Carpenter, the freshman who started game 1 earlier today, looking to close the door. 1-1. That's a breaking pitch that breaks back into the zone. A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Kinnett, who has K'd twice today. Carpenter already ready to go. Kicks and delivers. That one going to miss low. 2-2. Kinnett starting at second base today for KU. And now trying to get a rally started with his team down 1. A breaking pitch, bouncing right back outside to Carpenter. The throw on to first in time for the second out. And that will bring up Jackson Murhoff. Murhoff today has struck out. He was also hit by a pitch. Or, pardon me, he walked in the 6th. He was not hit, he just walked. First pitch to him. Misses high. 1-0 to Murhoff. Was pleased to get out of that last inning. Pitch there. Missing low. 2-0. Carpenter trying to find the strike zone now, and he misses. No, he finds the zone there. 2-1. The count to Murhoff. Glidden on deck should he get the chance. Carpenter getting ready to deliver. The pitch is going to miss low in the dirt. 3-1. And in danger of losing Murhoff with 2 outs in the inning. Carpenter delivers and finds the zone. A good hard fastball over the middle of the zone to Murhoff. A full count and 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Klamath Union down to their final strike. The pitch from Carpenter is looked at for strike 3, and the Hornets come back from behind and win this game 7-6, and they get the season sweep of the Klamath Union Pelicans, winning a pair of games today, 22-1 and 7-6. We're going to step aside. We'll get ready for a post-game show for you on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. The Hornets taking game 2, 7-6. We'll be back on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com.
On Top Tree Service have one of the highest buckets in town. No job too small, no tree too tall. Operating since 2017, this crew's ready for your land clearing, tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and fire prevention. On Top Tree Services offers same-day estimates. I can't mention this enough. If a tree falls on your house or vehicle, they offer a 24/7 emergency tree or limb removal. Give them a call today at 541-882-8707. On Top Tree Services, fast, easy, and reliable. CCB 216014.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Welcome back to 104.3 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com. Henley taking a 7-6 win in Game 3 of the 3-game series against Klamath Union, securing the season sweep of the Pelicans. For Klamath Union today, 6 runs on 5 hits, 2 errors, and they left 6 runners on base today for Henley. 7 runs on 6 hits, 3 errors for the Hornets, and they left 3 runners on base this afternoon. The winning pitcher today is going to be Mark Carpenter. Pitched 1 2/3 innings, no runs against him, no hits, no walks, no strikeouts. He had a pretty painless outing, 1 strikeout to close out the game for Mark Carpenter. The losing pitcher today, Jackson Murhoff. He pitched 6 innings, 7 runs, 4 of them earned, gave up 6 hits. He walked 1 and struck out 2. A fine performance, though, in the loss for Murhoff. The other pitching totals today, Hunter Schweink had a fantastic start on today's game. 5 innings pitched, 2 runs, only 1 of them earned, 5 hits against him, and 1 walk. He struck out 10 batters in 5 innings of work. That's a stellar performance. Tyler Harper came in relief of him, gave up 2 runs, each of them earned, walked 4, struck out 1, only pitched a third of an inning, and let Klamath Union climb back into this game with a big 4-run 6th inning against the Hornets today. They tied the game up and took the lead 6-4 heading into the bottom half of the 6th, but the Hornets answered the call in that bottom half of the 6th inning. Tobias got on board, so did Aiden Hayes. Owen Sheen knocked in 1, and Mark Carpenter knocked in the other. Peyton Price with a sacrifice fly got the last guy across the dish for the Hornets. That gave them a 7-6 victory over the Klamath Union Pelicans this afternoon. We're going to take one more break. We're going to come back, and when we do, we'll wrap up this season series for you. We'll tell you what's next, and we'll give you an updated look at the Skyline Conference standings next on 104.3 and 960 with HD video on mybasin.com.
Hi there, it's Les Schwab Tires, reminding you that changing seasons can mean changing road conditions. Introducing the brand new Backcountry AT2 for a quieter ride with improved performance in wet conditions. Because when it comes to keeping your family safe, the right tires help you feel prepared for anything. Seriously, anything. Now save up to $130 when you buy Quadtrac tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
At Bowers Construction, our mission statement is to enrich the lives of our customers and of our team. So we're trying to be the best construction company that we can be by bringing value to other people's lives. So the work we provide is basically from foundation to roof in residential, and we work in commercial construction. Find our Bowers Construction Facebook page, or just give us a call. It's 541-205-1464. We are a licensed contractor. It's CCB 188923.
Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager of Clown Falls Honda and Clown Falls Subaru. I've lived here my whole life. Most of our employees have lived here their whole life too. Our sales, service, parts, and body shop teams are all staffed with experienced local folks. You know them and they know you. Our dealerships are comfortable and not corporate. Comfortable means we're focused on you. I'm Rob, and I'm glad to know you.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
We're back on 104.3 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. The final score today is 7-6. Henley securing the season sweep of the Klamath Union Pelicans. They won Game 1 earlier this week on Wednesday, 13-0. Won Game 2 earlier today, 22-1, and closed the door on the season series with Klamath Union with a big 7-6 win at home. We can take a quick look now at the Skyline Conference standings and how they stand right now. Henley, after 2 wins today, is 4-2 in conference play. Klamath Union falls to 1-5. We know Mazama and Hidden Valley were playing today. Both of those are 3-1 teams, and don't quite know the final final scores over there in at Hidden Valley quite yet. Phoenix taking on North Valley today. Don't quite know the finals there, so it's tough to give you a complete idea of how the conference is shaking out. But of course, you can check out osaa.org and mybasin.com in the next couple of days and find updated standings for the Skyline Conference. What's next for Henley? Well, that's a simple enough answer. They'll be back out here Wednesday night, taking on the North Valley Knights before heading over to Grants Pass on Saturday for a doubleheader against North Valley. Meantime, for these Klamath Union Pelicans, they have got a series with Hidden Valley coming up next week. They'll be at Kiger Stadium on Wednesday and then back in Murphy just south of Grants Pass on Saturday for a doubleheader with Hidden Valley. That's going to be a tough matchup for Klamath Union, but they showed a lot of grit out here today, coming back, losing 22-1. A player went down. We had to call the game early, if you'll remember this. The first game today ended after 4 innings. Had to call it early because, it was a bad scene with a player being knocked down for KU after taking a line drive, a one-hopper to the head. Again, don't quite know who that was yet, and certainly don't want to give out any false information, but it was a tough scene, and for Klamath Union to come back and almost take one from the 5th-ranked team in the state. Look, we've been broadcasting the Hornets all season long, softball, baseball, basketball, football, what have you, but definitely a tip of the cap to the KU baseball program today for doing what they did here at Rosser Field in Klamath Falls. They'll have a test next week against Hidden Valley, and I think from afar, these Pelicans have earned these Hornets' respect, and we'll definitely be rooting for them to beat Hidden Valley next week and see if Henley can't overtake a spot in the top of the Skyline Conference. Really appreciate you being with us this afternoon. This about does it for us today on 104.3 and 960 Sports with the MyBasin.com Game of the Week. Remember, you can watch an archived replay of this event and many others by checking us out on MyBasin.com. It's your home for everything going on in the Klamath Basin, from news to sports to everything else. Check us out online at mybasin.com. Once again, the final scores from this afternoon. Game 1, a 22-1 final in favor of the Hornets, and they came back and won Game 2 over Klamath Union 7-6. We'll be back out here on Wednesday, although covering the softball matchup between the North Valley Knights and the Henley Hornets. We'll be live just before 5 o'clock right here on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. Would like to thank a couple of the key folks that make this broadcast possible tonight. Of course, both head coaches, Adam Randall for Henley, Michael Overstreet for Klamath Union, both athletic directors as well for working with us, Jesse Hamilton at Henley High School and Scott Mason at Klamath Union for helping making these broadcasts possible. Final score this afternoon, the Hornets